Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Live's Falcons NFL Draft Party in the year 2025. That's right. We are here to bring you guys full coverage of the entire draft, starting, of course, with tonight, night one. I got a new look here so we can track all the picks over here on the left. It's over here. There. Yes. So that's exciting. We got Adnan, Ikic here with us at Say Which Way. I'm Kevin Knight at Falcoholic. Kevin will have a whole host of guests coming in throughout the evening as they're available, and of course bring you guys all those outstanding Falcons takes for a draft that will of course be completely non-controversial and amazing in every way possible. Definitely won't disappoint us in a crushing way. I need to get this ad read out real quick because I will forget with excitement. So real quick, guys, I want to bring you a word from our sponsor. It's BetOnline, of course, and folks, BetOnline is the world's most trusted betting platform, your number one source for all your sports betting action. I believe the odds for round one on BetOnline did close at 7 p.m. Eastern, so it's too late to get in those BetOnline last-second draft props, but that doesn't mean that you can't bet on day two when those come out if you're really trying to get degen with it. But they've also got baseball, of course. It seems like the Braves maybe are playing a little bit better now. I don't know. I'll let the baseball fans in the chat weigh in on that. Adnan, what do you think?
They couldn't play any worse than they did at the start of the year. So,
I did see that. That was, I think, the first like losing streak like that in quite a long time. But this is supposed to be a happy evening, so we're not gonna dwell on that. We're gonna move on. But NHL playoffs going on, NBA playoffs going on, tons of ways to stay on the action. BetOnline's got the latest odds, news, and scores, even live in-game betting while the games are being played. Check out BetOnline. Put in our promo code. It's Believe, BLEAV, to get access to the latest promotions. BetOnline, the game starts here. All right, now that I got that in under the wire, Adnan, welcome to the draft party. So excited to be back with you for another year here on the Falcoholic Live. How are you feeling? We're T-minus, I would say, T-minus 15, 20 minutes from the draft starting. But in reality, we're probably like half an hour from the draft starting. But
a lot longer,
yeah,
honestly.
Yeah.
Like they're probably 8 p.m. They're going to come out and, there's going to be some words spoken. And then like 8:05, 8:10, they'll do the national anthem. And then, Roger Goodell is going to come out and he'll say some stuff. And then the Titans will probably take 10 minutes to make their pick. And, we'll be rolling at like 8:40. But,
yeah. No, they do love to draw out that first pick unnecessarily. Like the Titans basically came out and were like, no, we're not trading it. We're going to just pick. And they're like, nope, you got to take 10 minutes. That's required. So, I guess we'll be subjected to that. But, in the meantime, we got lots of great stuff to bring you guys. It is an exciting draft. I think this is one of the least predictable top 10s in a while. We will see exactly how that plays out, obviously. But I think outside of the first four picks, it's pretty hard, I think, to predict where teams are going to go here. I think I have my thoughts, but I think there's also a lot of thoughts out there about a number of players and some potential trades and some craziness that could go on, which is always fun. I fondly remember Cleveland Farrell to the Raiders being a big shocker a couple of years ago. But yeah, Adnan, how you feeling heading in at this point? Are you concerned about, the latest, buzz about the Falcons taking another offensive player in the first round? If you could call it buzz, I don't know. I don't even know if I would raise it to that level. But, how are you feeling at this point? You feeling good or are you cautiously optimistic, nervous?
Look, I feel like those rumors are not buzz, but nonsense given the source.
Well,
but, I go into every drop cautiously optimistic. I think maybe this is the year where the team goes defense. Not even edge. I'm not even saying this is the year where they go edge rusher, even though it should be. But I'm saying like any defense in the first round, like at all. We've never done that with Fontenot. So you would think this is the year, but as I've learned with the Falcons, expect the unexpected, no matter what, no matter who. No matter if it was Dimitrov making the picks, no matter if it was Fontenot making the picks, at this point, I just, I'm going in bracing to feel I'm going into it with the mentality that they're not going to surprise me this year. I'm not going to let them shock me this year.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I'm ready to get hurt again. So it's that time of year, folks. We're excited to be here, and yeah, obviously, the Falcons last year really threw us for a loop with that pick. That was a shocker, no doubt. But I think this year might be a little more chalky. Are they going to do it? Let's just open up right off the bat. Are they going to do it, Adnan? They're going to take a damn edge rusher for the first time. And are they going to do it? Yeah.
This is the year. This is
okay.
it. This is the year. We're doing it. First defensive pick since 2020. This is it. This is it. First defensive pick since AJ Terrell.
Yep. I mean, I like it. This is the class to do it. Like, I feel like there's so many edge rushers in this group. I love Dylan Thomas. We're going Ashton Jeanty. Yeah, I mean, look, if Ashton Jeanty falls to 15, the Falcons taking Jeanty at that point would probably be the least crazy thing of the evening. Maybe if someone posts a picture of Ashton Jeanty like shotgunning, like doing like a gas mask bong or something, maybe that would cause him to fall to 15. But I don't think we got to worry too much about that.
Apparently, the Bears really want him in the top 10.
That's because in my I finally did a first round mock this year. Like, I've just avoided it, but I did one just for fun, and I did some trades. But I had Ashton GT going 5 to the Jaguars, which is kind of the buzz. But I'm not sure. I think Ashton GT goes 5. I don't know if it's going to be the Jags picking him, or if it's going to be the Bears or somebody else trading up for him.
Apparently, the Jags are talking about going up to 2.
Yeah.
So it's like, and Schefter said that it's going to be an explosive top 10 pick. So, yeah, we'll see. Last year, the draft didn't really start, quote unquote, until the Falcons pick, because the top 7 picks were so chalky, just one after the other.
Yeah.
And then the Falcons, shook up the entire internet.
Yeah. As unfun as that was, in the moment for us, it was nice to have the entire NFL talking about the Falcons for once. I mean,
oh, they definitely were. That was the lead story the next day, and that was the talk all weekend, and yeah, that gave us months of content.
It did. It was good content. There's no doubt about it. And honestly, in hindsight, that's a perfect example, right, guys? Of we can be shocked by a pick and question it, and it can end up working out even if we don't like it in the moment. Now, I think there's obviously, other details at play there. It seems like the Penix pick was smart, but the Cousins signing was, less smart. So
my whole thing with the pick is, in a vacuum, the pick was always fine. In a vacuum, if you're just talking about Penix at 8. I think my issue and your issue and everyone's issue, who did have an issue, was the entire process was just so bad and so, for better, word, stupid. The entire process was just so dumb of all right, we'll give Cousins all this money and then we'll take a top 10 quarterback. And now because of that, you're very limited in building around that young quarterback. We'll see if Penix ends up being what we hope he will be. But even if he is, you're very limited in the team you build around him. And his rookie contract is essentially useless now. You don't benefit from the rookie quarterback contract, which is the most valuable contract in all of football when you do have a legitimate starter, because Kirk Cousins is draining that cap this year. He'll account for another 10 mil next year, and then all of a sudden Penix goes into what his contract is going to be, already year 4 by the time Cousins is off the books.
Yeah.
So that was the entire qualm behind that. The process was dumb.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, the process wasn't good. I mean, I get I guess it's obviously in hindsight it didn't work out, no question there. I think the idea behind we should just go all in and devote all of our resources to trying to fix quarterback, not the worst strategy in the world, right? Especially given that we had a regime under Arthur Smith previously that basically seemed like quarterback was an afterthought. And look at what the Steelers are doing. It's the exact same thing. They're just like, well, we don't really need a quarterback, whatever, who cares? Like, maybe we'll sign, Aaron Rodgers, who clearly has one foot out the door, or, maybe we'll, see what happens. Like, Arthur Smith doesn't value quarterback, and it shows. I mean, it showed last year with the whole Justin Fields, Russell Wilson thing, and like it shows now with the Steelers making basically no effort to fix the quarterback position. Now, obviously, they could do something tonight that we're not expecting. Jackson Dart, perhaps. God, Jackson Dart just screams Arthur Smith to me. I don't know.
Jackson Dart needs to be a New Orleans Saint by the end.
Well, yes, I agree with you there. That's strategy number one, is we send Jackson Dart to the Saints.
Dart number 9, and then after that, whatever happens the rest of the night, I'll be like, you know what, it was a good night.
Yeah, if the Saints, there's a couple things that I will like. I will take a shot at tequila if happen. Like Jackson Dart at 9 to the Saints. The Falcons take an offensive player at 15. I'm gonna limit it to those two because I need to stay.
Reasons, right?
Yeah, different reasons. Yeah, one celebratory, one is drowning our sorrows. So, and I know George is gonna mention take shots. George, I'm legally obligated not to do take shots anymore. Apparently that wasn't allowed, but it was fun. It was, I was a younger man then because we've been doing the show for so long. But I probably can't do that anymore. But it's gonna be fun no matter what. And we're stuff will start happening at some point tonight. We'll see, right? But I do want to get to some of our donations real quick. First off, Noah C, the super mod. Noah, thank you so much as always for the $5 for your support. Also, everybody shout out Noah in the chat for his he and Moonstar. Excuse me, I'm getting confused with Shadow Star, who's another patron. Moonstar and Noah C holding down the fort on the Discord server. Moderating every single day, which you guys are generally pretty well behaved. It's more like the bots that they have to tackle, but we appreciate those guys' work. Thank you, Noah. He says, all right, with the 15th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Cam Ward. Look, okay, if Cam Ward falls to 15, then we can have this conversation, Noah. But, thankfully, I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about that because by the time
we'll trade up to 1.
There you go. Yeah, there was that buzz too. I feel like it was like 2 days ago that the Falcons wanted to, they were flying to Colorado and, I mean, look, if there is a player that you're going to do a Julio Jones trade for, it's probably Travis Hunter, right? I mean, I get it, but don't really think there's a path to that happening either. But, I've been wrong. On this program before, so it could happen. But what do you think about that? Like, I know a lot of people would like to get Abdul Carter too, but, the price, I mean, it's.
I think if they do trade up, my target would be Abdul Carter because positional need. We should not be entertaining a trade up. Well, I'm sorry, like this team is already down 2 picks. Look, between you and me, this could be Terry Fontenot's last draft. I mean, not between you and me. It's completely obvious. Like, Terry Fontenot should absolutely. Yeah. Kevin.
Between you and me and the 200 people here, yeah.
You want to know a secret? No.
Yeah.
This is pure speculation, obviously. Look, my opinions of Terry Fontenot are very, very public on Twitter. I don't think he should have survived the past season, whatever. He's still here. I think he should be on the hottest of seats going into next year. I do not want the potential next general manager being hamstrung by not having a first rounder next year or having limited picks next year because Terry Fontenot is trying to, sort of save his ass with the trade up this year. I don't think that's going to happen because we can tell just based off of free agency, like Fontenot did not go guns blazing, restructuring everyone to try and pretty much save his ass in the offseason the way that Dimitrov and Dan Quinn did before the spring before they got fired. Now, I don't know if this is Fontenot thinking that his seat is a lot colder than it is. I don't know if he's been made some promises. I don't know if there was a mandate from ownership that he's not allowed to do that. But just given what we've seen from that, I don't think that they will want to mess with future draft picks the same way that they did not mess with future salary cap like implications in free agency. So they already are down a 3rd and a 5th. I don't think they have any sort of ammunition for a trade up. Like if there's going to be a trade, probably going to be a trade down.
Yeah, that was one of my bold takes earlier. Was that I do think they will trade down. And knowing this team, it's probably going to be the second round pick that they trade down from, because that just seems to be that they seem to really move the second round picks. Usually up, but they did trade down from the second one time.
Yeah, to get Richie Grant. Yeah,
Well, that didn't work out super well, but I mean, but they also got Drew Dahlman from that trade, so you know, uh, but that's the thing about the trade down. Like when you trade down, it's not just about that one pick anymore. It's about the other picks too. So you could screw up the pick you trade down, but maybe if you hit that fourth rounder you picked up or that third rounder, then it makes it look okay. But yeah, obviously it would be nice if you hit on both of the picks. That would be ideal. But the draft is much more of a crapshoot than anyone will admit. I'm comfortable admitting it. I don't think the most NFL teams would admit it, but it is what it is. It's hard. It's hard.
it's definitely a crapshoot, but let's be honest. For the Falcons, it's been way more missed than hit, especially on day 2, and I think that's one of the reasons why this team is in the situation that they're in with so many holes, especially on defense. Way too many misses in the second and third round. Day 3, you can sort of, forgive because it's day 3. That's the ultimate crapshoot, the ultimate dart throws. But man, I remember last year when they made the trade for Matthew Judon for the third rounder, and obviously, was it worth it? Probably not. We would rather have the third rounder tomorrow. But I remember my first instinct when that happened was, well, Terry's going to screw up that third rounder one way or another, so we might as well get, a player that I figure would be an impact player right away for this year. But, the impact wasn't really that great.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part of that move. I think everyone who disagrees with that move now is definitely hindsighting it up, because I think everybody liked the Matt Judon trade in the moment. I don't think you would find anyone that was like, "Oh, this is a bad idea." Dave, what did you think? We're talking about the Matt Judon trade. I think you were pretty pro Matt Judon trade as well at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you knew he was coming off an injury and he was older, but the price for a guy who had been a productive pass rusher basically every year for a decade, the only reason to think that he was going to fall off that significantly is he's joining the Atlanta Falcons. And I suppose you can't avoid acquiring good players because you're afraid to instantly be struck with the curse of the Atlanta Falcons. So, I mean,
Yeah, it's hard to fight.
A little bit of risk taken, but yeah, the
Yeah.
kind of move that they felt like they had to make, and it made a lot of sense at the time. Same thing with signing Justin Simmons. Obviously, neither one worked out the way you thought, but there's a little bit of hindsight work there, right? Like neither guy looked like they had fallen off a cliff the year before. Judon was hurt, Simmons was fine. So
yeah, exactly. I agreed totally with that. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice to have the third, but that's why they got to trade down. There you go. Just easy fix. Yeah. Just trade down, right? Super simple. But yeah, I do hope that they pull off some kind of trade down. But how are you feeling now, Dave? Are you nervous? Are you hopeful? Are you nervous hopeful?
Yeah. It's funny. This is one of those drafts that, because they picked the top 10 the last few years, because the needs are straightforward, because they have so few picks, and sort of because I really do believe that the work they've done to this point is going to make a much bigger impact than whatever happens in this draft for this year. Obviously, it's still a really important draft. I'm kind of level right now, I would say. If they draft a wide receiver again, I'm gonna explode. But I'm a ticking time bomb here. But I'm not actually too nervous or amped about it. I feel like they're gonna be in a nice spot if they stay at 15 to get a talented defender, and if they move down, great. I think they'll have a shot at a talented defender if they move down even 5 to 10 spots, and then pick up some additional selections. So I feel pretty good about where they're at. I feel a little more apprehensive about where they are as a team and how the season's going to go and everything else. But for the draft itself, I'm ready to kind of sit back and let it wash over me.
Yeah. I can't, I just don't believe the wide receiver thing. I refuse to believe it, and if it's right, then I'll go down, I guess as not believing it, but I'm happy to disbelieve it. And it's also like Matthew Golden, like that, like if you told me like, oh, they love Tet McMillan, if he falls, they're going to snap him up. It's like, I don't agree, but it's like, okay, like I get it. Tet McMillan, maybe they really want Drake to play the slot, and then, Tet is really good and all this. It's like Matthew Golden is like, come on, guys, like is he really a top 20 player? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I could see some teams being obsessed with his time, but he doesn't play like that. I mean, so yeah, but it's just not a very believable receiver to me. It doesn't really fit the type of guy they've traditionally gone after either. But can't rule it out.
I think wide receiver, tight end, like that's it's hard to rule it out after the past few years. I think anybody who says like you got to look out for it, like that does send a little thrill of fear up my spine at this point, right? But I hope not.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Guys, I've decided that next year I'm going to be an insider.
Yeah, you're gonna take up the mantle. Yeah,
I'm going to be an insider. I'm going to dart throw and guess and say that my sources are claiming that the top 30 players are all being linked to the Falcons, and then I'll just be correct when the Falcons take one of them.
No, because they will take the 31st player.
That's it. Yeah.
I guess.
It's very hard
source,
to be
but his source wasn't wrong, Dave. It just it changed. Okay, it's a fluid situation.
Yeah, it's a fluid. Exactly, Dave. It's a fluid situation, and when that happens, I will claim that I was correct the whole time.
Yeah, and like
that's how the game is played, my friend. And
that is
from the first time insider to Adam Schefter. That is how the game is played. So you are cut out for this. You are cut out.
And just a serious note here for all you aspiring media aficionados. It's not about being first or being right. It's just about being interesting, right? Like, people will tune in to you if you're interesting. You don't have to be a hot take artist. You don't have to be viral. You don't have to say the loudest or the biggest thing. No one's going to care if you were the first person to say Malachi Starks is someone the Falcons like. No one's going to care about that. Now, if you can give a good explanation for why Malachi Starks goes to the Falcons, or give a scouting report on Malachi Starks, or talk about his fit with the team and how it makes sense and all that, people will care a lot more about that than you claiming that Malachi Starks was sent to the Falcons back in, I don't know, October or whatever. So, I would say go that route. That would be my recommendation to you. But you're welcome to do whatever you want. But that's going to pan out for you a lot more than just praying that you can hit on one of these like Hail Mary predictions and thinking that is going to launch you into the stratosphere. Because the thing about going viral, it is fun. From someone who's that Bijan video fed families. For me, but it was fun, but it was short lived. I mean. That's just what it is. It's a flash in the pan. If you want to do this for a job, you got to have more than just a flashy video or a hot take. You got to put in the work. You got to do, stuff consistently. So, it is what it is. It's hard. It's hard to last in this business. It's easy to go viral once. Well, maybe not easy, but it's easier than to stick around. Like, I mean, Dave's the GOAT over here. He's been doing this for, I'm not going to say how many years, but a long time. Many
years. A lot. A very long time.
Yeah.
Okay, we get it. Yeah.
A long time.
I
wasn't going to go there. I was just going to say, Dave's the grizzled veteran of the group.
I went like, I wouldn't say viral because that didn't really exist back then, but a stupid take that sticks with you forever, right, is, Glenn Dorsey. I was not the only one who wanted Glenn Dorsey over Matt Ryan, but I will live with that for forever. So just be aware. Those things do follow you around.
Dave is like the Tim Duncan, the Falcons media. He's not flashy. He's been doing it for a long time. He's been very effective, very efficient. You turn around and it's like, man, it's already been 15 years and he's still doing it at a very high level. So yeah, it's like it's very impressive, even though it's not something that people take for granted over time.
Yeah, that's true, and obviously we appreciate Dave keeping the Falcoholic going, getting it through those rough early days of that all sites face, right? I remember seeing screenshots of the original Falcoholic website. Shout out. And yeah, we're happy to be here, obviously, with all of you guys. I'm sure there's still some OG Falcoholics here from those days too. And obviously we've gotten a bunch of, new people, also a bunch of people over the last 10 years that, I mean, it's almost 10 years that I've been the Falcoholic now. It'll be next year, will be my 10-year anniversary. But, I'm pretty soon I'm going to have to stop talking about how many years I've been here. But, it's been a lot of fun. We've loved doing it with you guys. Obviously started doing our first show here on Falcoholic Live was the 2017 inaugural draft party. So coming up on the 10th anniversary of that as well. It's always been a lot of fun. Obviously,
I hope this is better than that. Yeah.
yeah. So it's been a lot of fun, guys. We're having a lot of fun doing it. We're gonna keep doing it, and we appreciate everyone coming and hanging out with us. Sooner or later, the NFL will, start the draft. I'm not exactly sure when that's gonna be. It seems like maybe like imminently.
At some point tonight, yeah. Yeah, no, it's also is that Lil Wayne?
Might be. I have my volume off, so I can't even tell. What's up, Bryce? How you doing?
What's up, Kevin? What's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Got my believe compatriot Bryce Lewis here. I'm sorry about how the Hawks season ended. I watched that last game. That was the one Hawks game I watched. So I'm not sure if I cursed them or helped them, because I started watching right before overtime started. I was like, oh look, I'm good luck, and then then obviously overtime happened.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Dude, I
I'm
was
not
at
sure.
the last game.
I know. I was looking for you on TV. I was like, oh, am I gonna see him?
I always gotta look for him every time they pan the camera over to the 6-man section, just in case. Yeah. I know him.
Yeah. Well, we've been discussing how we're feeling at heading into the imminent start of the draft. Maybe the NFL's on time, but yeah. How are you feeling, Bryce? You nervous? You excited? A little bit of both?
I'm kind of even keel, man. I'm just kind of. We'll see what happens. I feel like for draft, everybody kind of, depending on what your team situation is, you kind of make it bigger than sometimes what it is. Sometimes in our situation, especially with picks we've made, it's not like we've missed on the last few, but it's just so much pressure on the direction of the team, things like that. So, but for me, I'm even keel. Just looking forward to seeing what's happening. I mean, outside of obviously the Falcons, obviously looking at a couple other storylines tonight. Definitely keep an eye on the Shedeur Sanders sweepstakes. See if he actually drops out of the first round. And if that's the case, it'll be kind of crazy to see Jackson Dart go this first quarterback taken. So,
yeah. I wish if that happens, I'm gonna be really mad that I didn't put money on it, but I did. There was odds earlier. I think it was Shedeur to the Browns was plus 600 or something. I was like, I like that one. That's a pretty good. I like that one.
Pittsburgh's the spot. Pittsburgh's the spot for me. Do not be shocked if Mike Tomlin takes Shedeur.
Man, Arthur Smith doesn't take quarterbacks. He doesn't like them. Okay, he thinks he doesn't need one.
He's been ready.
That's right. You're right. So, I stand corrected. Yeah, I stand corrected. No, he did take Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, maybe Pittsburgh trades for Kirk Cousins.
Well, we can dream. There's time for dreaming on this program.
Hey, we trade up to the Browns pick. Kirk Cousins involved in the trade.
I sure hope so. Yeah. We have that's we have you have to take Kirk or we're not getting this done. So
yeah.
No, that would be nice.
That's actually what makes the trade fall through. Them not wanting to take Kirk.
That's what crushes it. That's what kills it. Yeah.
I will say I do love how everyone's reaction is. I'm very, I'm very in the middle. Like nobody's too excited about the draft just because everyone knows that the Falcons always do something in the draft to just disappoint. So nobody's setting their expectations and their hopes up here.
Yeah. No, I feel like that the whole fan base is kind of in that right now where everyone's just waiting to get hurt again by this team. Which it's funny because I feel like everyone was pretty. I mean, I know you weren't with us last year, Bryce, but everyone here was pretty flabbergasted, obviously, with the Penix thing, and but it ended up the Penix thing was the best thing to happen in that draft.
Yeah, it ended up working out.
Sometimes we're wrong, So yeah.
I pre-wrote that though, so I
Dave was on it.
I was very lucky to save me
the smoke screens, and then
thank God somebody pre-wrote it. Yes. It wasn't going to be me. I refuse to believe. I was like, oh, get it for the second round. Get that second round pre-write ready. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, who cares? But
Oh, the way they were talking about him, though, it was like poetry, They were like, we went out there, we saw him in the rain, It's beautiful.
Yeah, only Dave and Ian Rappaport were on that one.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to believe.
I have going for me is I'm a lot taller than Rapp, so.
Yeah, man.
You do have that. Yeah, Ian Rappaport in person.
And a lot more handsome.
Well, yeah. I mean, Dave's got that grizzled veteran look. I'm telling you. But the funniest thing is like Ian Rappaport at the Senior Bowl at like the dive bar that everybody goes to. There's like a little like raised section of the bar kind of by the front. And you go up like a step, and it's like a foot taller. And Ian like never leaves that area. So it's just like everyone else is like down on the floor, and Ian's like up there. So he like elevates, above. So you can't really tell that he is quite short. But
you can tell it bothers him.
Yeah. Just saying, not that I blame him. You got to do what you got to do. But that I always found that funny. So
he's wealthy and influential, so they probably lifts him up in some ways over me. But I
don't think he's losing much sleep over it yet.
No, man, you never know. Napoleon never let that go. He was much more wealthy and influential.
That's true.
This is true.
I don't know how you adjust.
Ian hasn't conquered Europe yet, so there's still time.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. So, let me get to. We got some donations. What's up, guys? George Costanza with the $2. This is for you, Adnan. Are you happy with Zach Risacher? Is that how you say it?
Risacher.
Risacher. Yeah, it's French. Okay, I should have known. French, I heard French. He was French. Yeah.
Kevin, you sounded like the most American, like
Risacher. Yeah. How do you say that boy name there? Is that Risacher or what is it? Yeah. No, I can't leave the South. I just can't. Yeah. He's asking what you think his ceiling is, and do you think Trey is gone after this offseason?
I think he'll be a very, very high level role player. I don't know about star because he can't really. I mean, unless he can like really create his own shot, I don't see like superstardom or anything. But I think he'll be a very key cog for the team moving forward. And then no, I don't think Trey's going to be gone. I think Trey's going to be here. Trey wants to be here. Front office wants Trey here. I think Trey's going to be here for the long run.
Yeah. That I don't know anything about it, but I also don't think Trey is leaving. The clock has started on the Tennessee pick, by the way, but please continue, Bryce. Yeah.
No, I was just saying I agree as well, just with the assumption of Trey not leaving. I mean, it's pretty clear he's willing to see what happens with the young core. So, if he's willing to do that, I mean, I say you try to do your best to build around him, build around what you have, and hope that you have guys continuing to develop next year. You hope Jalen stays healthy next year, and see what that leads you to. And in terms of Zach, I mean, the biggest thing for him is just becoming more consistent. He doesn't have to be a 30-point guy. Just if he can get you like 15 to 18 a game, that works. You just don't need the volatile, just can't make a shot for a few games, and then you get the 128-point game or the game where he goes like 100%, 8-8 in the first half, and you just want more consistency out of him. And then if you get that, you're pretty much going to be, I think, happy for the most part. I think that's why some people like to call him a little Klay Thompson archetype type of player, but because he doesn't have to have the ball to do it, but obviously there is limitations in certain areas.
Yeah, it was brutal in the play-in in those two games.
Yeah, so
yeah, it's I feel like Bryce and I could hijack this into a Hawks show.
We haven't even gotten a pick yet, so if you have Hawks takes, like, this is the time, because
Cam Ward's going one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who do you guys think is going number one?
All I'll say is there wouldn't be any Trey questions if Jalen Johnson stayed healthy last year.
I think that's the funniest part about everything. It's just if Jalen was healthy, half the stuff we talk about we wouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, because we would have probably been the 5 seed, and then even if you bow out in the playoffs early on, it's like, all right, this was a great year.
Yeah, that seemed like a real kick in the nuts because it seemed like for a minute there, like Zach was playing well, like Jalen was playing well, Trey obviously is playing well, and it was like, oh man, is this too good to be true? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was.
I love Jalen.
Yeah,
And that was
unfortunate.
the time of my life for a few months there.
But now I have to defend my goat Yucca Congo every day.
I've been arguing with Spurs fans in my mentions like every single day at this point. I'm like,
I
what?
see him randomly pop out, just randomly talking crap under a post. I'm like, what?
Stop it. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough, guys. Yeah, you can't be slandering that man. I don't know anything about these players, but I support your takes because I obviously respect you all a ton if you're on this show. So I'll defer to your Hawks takes. Absolutely.
Also, to George, the drink of choice tonight is lemonade.
Yes, very nice. Did you find the chocolate Twizzlers, Adnan?
No.
Did you try to find the?
I will plead the fifth on this one. It's been a busy couple of weeks. I haven't. I haven't really looked, but I will look. The chocolate Twizzlers, that sounds like more of a summer show type chocolate.
Yeah, it sounds like a June, like we're gonna sample all the exotic Twizzler flavors on the air or something. Go through our book club and all that. The pick is in at 1, so we're finally gonna get going here in just a minute, guys. Real quick, let me get. We got Ryan H with the $5. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you. Says I'll never forget Adnan's reaction last year. Yo, this team is dumb. That's evergreen. I mean, I agree. That's a great one.
I need to drop that and use that reaction for anything the team has done over the last what's it been, 60 years?
Yeah, longer. Yeah, 7, 8. I don't know. I've lost count, unfortunately. All right, here comes Goodell's.
Yep.
Shuffling out to go tell us the pick that we've known for ever.
At least they didn't take the full 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is nice. So shout out to
Ward.
Yeah.
Hey, how about shout out to the Falcons do have a connection here with the Titans, because the Falcons single-handedly convinced the Titans to give Will Levis an extra year, longer than he should have gotten, just based on that one performance against Atlanta a couple of years ago where he had 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, Atlanta
straight bamboozled that franchise for a full season.
Yeah,
and look, they should have known because Hopkins had 2 OPIs in that game. So,
just blatant.
Not done on his own. Yeah.
Yeah, and we do have a trade as the Jaguars are now going up to 2. So unfortunately, the Falcons trading up to 2 dreams are over. So
not unfortunate.
Travis Hunter, is this the pick?
It's got to be Hunter. Right?
Yep. I think as much as I love Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter is people throw the word generational around. Travis Hunter is actually generational. I've never seen a 2-way player that was the best at 2 positions ever.
I know people nitpick him now too a lot. They was he better than this guy really?
Yes. Yes. I mean apparently Fontenot has Matthew Golden wide receiver 1 over Travis Hunter, so
what's it called? Apparently Schefter said that the Giants offered their first this year and the first next year for Ward.
Wow.
So I guess they really like Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's partially that and partially that, look around.
Because if you're going to see you want a quarterback, and they take Ward, you taking Jackson Dart at 3?
Right, exactly. It's God, yeah. No, Jackson Dart's going to the Saints. Jackson Dart's going to the Saints, okay, so.
Or what's his face, the guy from Louisville? Does he sneak up the boards?
Oh, man, the Shuck. Yep, oh, man. Let's see, so the Jags sent next year's first.
Wow.
And their second. And a 4th. They pick swapped in the 4th, but yeah. So a second and a future first to go up 4 spots there. Or 3 spots.
Tells me there's a lot of competition for that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a hell of a value for the Browns.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great haul. Now I don't know what the Browns are gonna do at 5, but that's a lot of ammunition, and they need it. They need it bad. So
they're still paying the piper for Deshaun Watson.
They will be for a while. Yeah.
Thanks God.
This is all to arm them with more picks that they can trade up with the Falcons, right, to get Shadur at 15. So this is all going according to plan. Oh man! All right, let me while we're waiting on this pick to come in here. Jaguars haven't made it yet, despite trading all these resources. They're still thinking it over. Wait. Are we sure we want to do this? Yeah.
Looking in the war room. Is that Tony Khan? I think they made their pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought Cam Ward was still there. Oh God.
They're taking the phone call right now to try and trade out of the pick.
Yeah. They're gonna flip it.
They're
Flip
panicking.
it back. Yeah. Oh God.
We just do a roulette at the number 2 overall pick. Everybody keeps trading up into it.
The lottery. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna change it to a lottery mid-draft. All right, let me get a couple more of these donations here. We got George Costanza again with the 2. Thank you, George. Says, I truly believe that the Giants saved Atlanta from drafting Evan Neal. I don't know if Drake was always their first choice, but you can make the argument that Evan Neal absolutely filled their need. I was banging that drum. Looked like a surefire lock. Yeah, I know Evan Neal was super high on a lot of boards. Like, you're not alone with that, George. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the Falcons liked Drake the whole way, but, I mean, I think they would have considered Neal for sure. Then we got Furball with the $5. Thanks, Fur. So we could get Mike Green and Jahdae Barron at the same time. They're both very good. Jahdae seems to have like fallen a little, like more to like the late first, but I don't think there's really any way we could get both.
I won't lie. I like where your head's at though. Those
I
are
like
my
it.
2 players, like top 2 realistic players. Like obviously I want the Falcons to go edge, but if they don't go edge and they end up with Jahdae Barron, I'll be like, you know what? I'm satisfied.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I love Jahdae Barron. I love Malachi Starks. I'd be happy with either of those guys if they don't end up going with an edge rusher. But, I feel like it kind of has to be an edge rusher, or at least if they stay at 15, it does, just given everything.
You go D tackle at 15? Would you try to get a D tackle or trade down?
Look, I love Kenneth Grant, and I think Derek Harmon's underrated. But even then, like, I just like if Mike Green's there, like I wouldn't have any of those guys over Mike Green. And like I think Michael also is very interesting. I'm apparently the world's biggest Jalen Walker hater. I'm not though, because I'm pretty sure Trevor Sikkema has Jalen Walker as like the 30th player on his board. And I'm not that low on him. I'm more of like a late first guy on, so it's Trevor Sikkema has Jalen Walker undraftable, obviously, so I'm way higher than that. No, but
Bro, the Jaguars gave a first and their second this
yeah.
year.
Yeah.
This is one of the worst trades I've ever seen in my life.
In this draft, too. I mean, I guess it's for Travis Hunter, right? But what if he's 2 All-Pros? What if he gets All-Pro at corner and wide receiver? Then it's two players for one, Adnan.
I mean,
they do need a number 1, and they do need an elite corner.
It's 2 players. Yeah. It's 2 players,
I'm highly doubtful of Travis being that good in the NFL at both positions, but man,
that is a crazy price.
This is a nuts trade.
Pretty crazy. So we'll wait for the inevitable Travis Hunter announcement. But Solaire says it's okay, guys. I got Terry locked in the closet. Okay, good. We should be fine.
Hey,
yeah,
that's a deep cut from like the 2018-19 draft.
It was back with Dimitrov.
Might have even been earlier. Yeah, we talked about that like as soon as Pioli got here, right? Mm-hmm. Like they were locking Dimitrov in the closet.
Got to take his phone.
2 corners in the first 2 rounds.
Yep.
Hey, Solaire's a guy that's been around, I think, since the Facebook days.
Oh yeah, OG for sure. Big time OG. Shout out to all the OGs. Shout out to the new people too. If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, this could be a good opportunity to do that while we wait for Goodell to announce his pick. And I assume he's saying Travis Hunter right now, or I'm bad at lip reading. It's very small on my screen. But yeah, it's Travis Hunter, right? It's somebody who has the audio on it.
Watch it not be Travis Hunter.
Yeah, that would be really funny. But it's like Tyler Warren or something.
It's Shedeur Sanders.
The highest drafted tight end ever. Oh,
yes.
The Falcons
Oh my God! Please, for the love of God, someone take that.
God, yes, Tyler Warren, number 3. Let's go. Just to get that particular record taken off. Okay, excuse me. It's Arik Armstead. Wow, he won Man of the Year. Congrats to him. Good for him. He's had quite a career.
Award in the NFL.
Yeah. Good for that.
I
good
like
for all.
he's one of those guys that the expectations coming in were probably too high, and then like very quietly he has had a really good career. Like
Yeah.
I think we tend to underrate the if you last a long time and you're a good player, like that's more than 90% of the guys who end up in this league. So
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, good for him. He's definitely, I mean, some of those guys, it's just like, maybe they're not like, oh, this is an all pro, but it's like, they're just like a 12-year NFL vet. And like, in some ways, that's just as good, like in some cases.
I saw
So,
a crazy comment on the site today. Like this is, we did our biggest bust in Falcons history article. It's Bruce Pickens. But somebody actually said Desmond Trufant. And I was like,
what?
people are crazy, man. Like, no offense to the reader if you're watching this right now, but like, I saw that comment and it boggled my mind. Desmond Trufant was not a draft bust.
No.
But that's kind of what I mean, right?
Trufant was good. Yeah.
That's not the end of the
Good
first.
player. Yeah.
Trufant was good. Yeah. Okay, I have completed the trade. So as you guys can see, I've got this nice little sidebar going this year. Shout out to the PFF Mock Draft Simulator for being very clean and easy to squeeze in here as a sidebar. So we'll be tracking the picks here on the left of the screen. The left is over here because my camera's reversed. But yeah, so you can track it there. And so I've executed the Jaguars trade, and now the Giants are on the clock. So that'll help us keep track. And then, of course, it is Travis Hunter at number 2 here. So, yeah, I think Travis Hunter 2 has been kind of chalk ever since we heard that, like, Carter wasn't going to go here. There was, like, that couple weeks where it seemed like Carter was maybe going to be number 2. But, man, this pink, like, blazer is... That's next level. Like, I've never seen someone rock a hot pink blazer at the draft. I mean...
Points? We give him points for that?
A plus. I mean, like, look. Yeah. I mean, he can rock it. Like, he's pulling it off. Like,
It's better than some of the outfits that you see some of these guys wearing. Yeah, at least he's wearing, nice little suit, blazer, dress shirt. Like, bro, I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what Ashton Jeanty's doing with the Crocs.
Listen, if any Atlanta team ever wins the championship, I'm whipping back out the draft day Trae Young fit.
There you go.
My God, bro. It's just like, oh my God.
Wow.
I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, call me like an old soul. But what happened to dress shoes? What happened to the nice suit and tie?
What happened? What happened to the
Nikes on
country
our
I
feet.
love?
What happened to I don't know.
Decorum. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go back to basics a little bit. While we're at it, let me start my rant about why.
Please.
Let me start my rant about why NBA coaches need to wear suits again.
Are you putting up for Mike Nolan right now? Do NFL coaches need to start wearing suits?
Oh no,
again?
NFL coach. It's really hot out there, especially in September. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like NFL coaches, you guys get a pass because I can't imagine like those games in Jacksonville. Now that we're talking about it, in that Florida humidity, like some of those coaches wearing full suits, like you'll see the sweat and everything all over the place.
Yeah.
But NBA coaches, like you guys are in a nice AC'd environment.
Yeah. It's a little different. You can get away with a little more, in that environment. A little more fit, a little more dressy. But yeah, once you get out on that football field, it's like, yeah, at training camp, like if you show up to training camp in pants, like I'm giving you props because it's it's just goddamn hot out there. Like,
Yeah.
it's just hot, man.
Yeah, when I went in 2014, it was 100 every single day I was there, and like I'm from the frozen north, man. Like I was like, there's still like pictures of me with like sunscreen like caked all over my face. I didn't even try.
Yeah, Dave's just pure white. Yeah.
It's bad. Like the Georgia heat in August is rough. It's like those are the days like during training camp when I'm out there. I'm just praying for it to be cloudy. Like every single day, I just want the cloud cover because I like my skin will burn out there, and it's rough. Like it's rough. You have to remember to reapply that sunscreen like every so often, and it can be a lot.
Yeah, it's brutal out there in the summer. So shout out to the players for braving it. I mean, I think it's actually like good because it's like, wow, if you can like practice in that, and then you could probably play pretty much anywhere at that point. But Yeah, it's
No wonder Eddie Goldman retired twice from it.
yeah, right. You know, he was like, "Damn, I really just don't. I don't want to do this shit." You know. Yeah. Wow, that's a great stat. There hasn't been a trade up into the top 2 for a non-quarterback since 1997, and it happened actually twice in 1997. But that was the last time. It was like I'll have to pull it up, but it was they showed the players, but I was just looking at the picks. But I'm sure Dave's on it.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
98 they drafted.
I saw the white flash of Pro Football Reference on your face. So.
Oh my God, that was the year they drafted Michael Booker.
Oh wow. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
That was one of the worst picks ever. Okay.
We talked about the worst one earlier. Yet.
Yeah, we did. Somehow they went back. Somehow they went with the Nebraska cornerback twice in a decade, and they were both huge busts. I don't know. Not great.
I don't know how someone who spends all day husking corn can't be good at, football. But
I trust the O lineman. I don't know about the skill positions. But
yeah.
Yeah.
The corn is good for the O lineman. I'm not sure it's good for the. It's good for the DBs.
There were 3 Hall of Famers in the top 15 picks in that class, though. Orlando Pace, Walter Jones, and Tony Gonzalez.
There you go. Well, the Falcons got one of them eventually, right? So
Eventually, yeah, not right away.
They figured it out someday. Yeah.
They actually made the Michael Booker pick. 1 pick in front of Warwick Dunn and 2 in front of Tony Gonzalez.
Wow.
So
Hey.
Abdul going to New York.
Yep, Abdul Carter here at number 3. Yeah, it's totally. Other than the trade, it's been chalk of the players themselves.
Oh, man, Abdul Carter, what a beast!
Yeah, great player. I know Falcons fans were hoping beyond hope that the Falcons would trade up for Carter. Wasn't going to happen. I don't care what people told you. They just don't have the ammunition unless you want to trade like multiple firsts from future drafts, which I don't think Blank would allow that. It's like,
they say that Cleveland is taking calls for teams interested in the 5th pick. They're open to moving down again.
Well, Abdul Carter's off the board, so I guess we could trade up for Matthew Golden. Wide receiver 1.
Boy, I would not want to go on social media if that happens. It would be a blaze.
I might set fire to the Falcoholic account.
Yeah, Dave's gonna put on his Joker mask and
I would argue that's the best time to go on social media.
Yeah,
You would, but you have not seen the mentions of that account on a particularly bad day. It was bad enough last year with Penix.
Yeah, right. No, Shadow Falcon mentioned, Kayvon Thibodeau being involved in a possible trade up from the Giants. I've heard that as well, Shadow Falcon. So that is legit, especially with them getting Carter. So, that is another team. Like, I know everyone's focused on the Browns, but the Giants also could be a team looking to trade up back into the first to get that 5th-year option on a quarterback. I think a lot depends on, like, does Jackson Dart or somebody go, like, early, right? Like, do we get a quarterback early? Because if we get Dart or we get, Shuck or Sanders, at 9 or whatever, then I think teams are going to get itchy for that to not wait. Because now it's like, oh, well, the Steelers, you have to be worried about the Steelers taking that 3rd quarterback now.
It's such a game within the game when it comes to the draft. It's like
it's great TV.
Yeah, it is amazing reality television.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. You guys are here. You guys understand. Shout out to all 300 people here before the Falcons are even on the clock.
They're ready.
Yeah, everybody's ready. It's a fun event,
Did y'all see that tweet earlier? It was like a joke, but like they said, drafting Milrow at 15, then converting him to the edge.
Those Alabama players,
he's got that bend, like
he's got bend. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
The speed, like
convert him to fullback.
Dream when we can have Jalen Milrow, right?
There you go. I do like Jalen Milrow, no lie, but not like that, I did Thor Nystrom on Monday's show. He was like, we were going like deep down the conspiracy theory, like Charlie Kelly hole, like trying to, put the lines on different things. And, but he thinks like the Browns are actually super high on Milrow and they want to take, Milrow like in the first round because, the Browns' new OC was Alabama's offensive coordinator, with Milrow. He apparently like recruited him and all this stuff, and it was, so I was like, and he was like, oh well, maybe the Browns would be like, if quarterbacks go early, maybe the Browns actually do want to move up with the Falcons, to get Milroe, and it'll shock everyone. It's like, I support this theory 100%, Thor. So I don't really care who teams want to trade up for. I'm just open to the idea. So that's a good topic because we're waiting on the fourth pick here. We got George with the $2. He says Jaguars GM James Gladstone is really Nico Harrison in a mustache. What a trade!
He looked like Nate Tice posted a picture of him with F those picks, which is funny, but he looks like a teenage vampire. He really does. That's the vibe you get off it. He looks like he's 17 years old and also a vampire. So
yeah,
I mean, that doesn't relate to the pick he made.
Yeah, no, he has an unsettling vibe about him, and I don't think it's his fault, but there is a little bit of that, maybe, Edward sort of vibe going on with James Gladstone. But yeah, George has the bold take also of saying that he thinks Travis Hunter's just going to be average. So that is bold. I think Travis Hunter's going to be really good at one position. I'm not sure he's going to be really good at both. I think he'll be probably I think a team will probably have him be their number one receiver or number one corner, and then have him dabble in the other position. I think it makes obviously the most sense to be the number one corner and then just play sub packages as a receiver, be your wide receiver 3 type of thing. But those sub package plays could be really great,
Sure.
and wide receivers already don't play 100% of snaps. So
sure, but he would have to be all pro, best cornerback in the league levels to justify, even to come close to justifying that trade up.
Yeah, I mean 2 firsts, a second. So yeah, I mean that's massive. Yeah,
there's a strategy now with him because it's all right, well, he's playing a lot of snaps, it's late in the game. Maybe Jacksonville's in a close game. Well, maybe they have a lead. Let's keep him. Let's see if we can hold it without him on the floor, on the field. The game gets tied, something like that. Next defensive possession, we'll have Travis out there. Keep him fresh. Maybe you make a decision. Do we keep him fresh so we can get him ready for the next possession? It's whatever they really want to do. I think offensively you're going to have them out there just because, if you have a chance to score, you need your best guys. But defensively, I could see them saying, we're going to sit you out this possession when we're on defense, and then make sure you're ready to go offensively. I think they're not going to play him every single snap, but I definitely think there's going to be a bit of all right, do we use him right now in this position? Do we wait? Things like that. Obviously, you'll be in Hail Mary packages, prevent defense, because since he's a wide receiver, he gets his hands on his ball, you're probably going to feel the best about him catching a ball than even maybe a receiver on the other team.
Right.
So,
yeah. No, I'm really curious to see what the plan is there. We've heard various things about that. So do they think he's one position? Do they think he's both? Do they have him more as a receiver or more as a corner? That's going to be one of the more interesting storylines. Obviously, dynasty drafters are going to be really watching that closely because, even if if you play IDP, dynasty, he could be the most, one of the most valuable players in that because he might get tackles and interceptions and everything as well as offensive stats. So he could end up being just a crazy player. If you could play him as an IDP and he also got points for being a receiver, that would be totally broken. So I'm guessing that probably won't be allowed, but yeah.
I have to think that that's what they envision for him, giving up the haul that they gave up, right? If he's
2 players,
the best corner in the draft, you don't trade that much. If he's the best wide receiver, you don't trade that much. If he's the best wide receiver and cornerback, sure, that's a reasonable price. So
I'll be hard pressed. I doubt it. I'll believe it when I see it about him playing both positions successfully and at a high level. Because no offense, but college is college. This is the NFL. It's a lot more difficult keeping up with the wide receivers here as a cornerback, and it's a lot more difficult beating the DBs. And to do that without really any rest in between is just, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. It's brutal, right? That's a ton of snaps. It's unprecedented, and that's obviously why the Jaguars are doing this type of move, is that they feel like he is an unprecedented type of player. I think, like, again, everyone throws generational around, but like legitimately he could be singular, like a singular player. Like we may never see another guy like this. So I in some ways, like, I don't blame the Jaguars for going for it. I mean, they've been kind of in this range of we're going to pick, in the top 5 and we're going to take guys, and we're just not getting anywhere. So they're like, maybe we should just force the issue, go for the guy we think can help us on both sides of the ball as kind of a one-of-one type of player and see if that can get us over the top. And I mean, it's a ton of capital. So for me, I don't have to make mock drafts for the Jaguars next year. That's what's going to suck is every Jaguars media person that has to try to make mock drafts with, no first round pick. You're going to just make those people suffer. But, other than that angle, which, most people probably don't care about, then, other than that, it'll be fine. So,
so far, it's been complete chalk.
Yeah. Super chalky so far.
Yep.
Let's say Cleveland trade down coming.
Right? I guess we'll see.
Yep, they are on the clock again. Will Campbell. I mean, I get it. Like, they got Drake May last year, get his personal protector now. Smart strategy.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
their line last year was.
Oh God.
Should I bring up what our resident Falcons insider is tweeting?
This. I mean, we're already this deep, right? I mean, you brought it up. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's do it.
That he just said we're calling the Giants about the defensive end who's available.
Oh, Kayvon? Yeah.
Yeah, Kayvon.
Yeah,
That wouldn't surprise me. No,
No.
I mean, like, whatever you think of the report and so forth, Thibodeau would make plenty of sense for them, especially if they are not planning to draft an edge rusher.
Dave,
At 15.
Dave, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that the pick might be a wide receiver. No,
The man wants the entire Falcons fan base to crash out.
Yeah.
I still think it's Starks. Ultimately, I think that's who I'm landing on.
Yeah, Starks would not shock me at all. It kind of, like, to me, Starks has always felt like if they get frazzled or they can't decide or, like, it falls in a weird way or they trade down, it's like, we're just going to take Starks because, like, Starks is just, he's just good. Like, he's just good. Like, I have no problem with that.
Look, I don't take the reporter seriously at all. The report, okay, like, I can see there was some discussion in the chat about, like, Thibodeau as well. But, yeah, I mean, hey, if you can get Thibodeau moving back from the first to that Giants pick in the second round, I feel like that would be a bit of a haul.
Yeah, but you get Thibodeau, maybe get a third, maybe get, something else. Like, because Thibodeau's going into the final year of his contract, so he's not going to be demanding a crazy return or anything. You're probably looking at, like, a third or a fourth for Thibodeau would be my guess, that sort of equivalent value. Because this is the last year where he's cheap. So, but yes, like, I mean, this is not the first time someone has floated Thibodeau. Like, people have been, I mean, I think I heard on NFL Stock Exchange like 2 weeks ago when they were doing a mock that, like, yeah, if the Giants take Abdul Carter, which seems like they're going to do, they're probably going to try to move Thibodeau because.
And maybe that's where his sources are coming from.
NFL Stock, that's my source. You can't steal my source. NFL Stock Exchange is my guy. It's not like that's a public podcast that 50,000 people watch every week. That's my source. You're stealing my draft takes. Okay, back off. Yeah.
I mean, hey Kevin, and he's the reason why you were talking about Malachi Starks for so long.
That's true. Yep, definitely had nothing to do with Malachi Starks being an obvious fit for Atlanta. Probably since this summer, but because I said, they met with him at the combine, and it was pretty obvious. Apparently, he was on Malachi Starks before then. Yeah. I was on Malachi Starks when he was born. He came out of the womb, and I was like, that's a Falcon right there. Future Falcon.
That would be, I have to say, and I was on him since the 1980s before like, anybody even knew that Malachi Starks was going to be alive. So just so you know, that safety room would be pretty damn good. Like Fuller and Helms as your third and fourth guys would be fantastic. And like Helms is a great special teamer, so that kind of fits, but you could do some fun things with that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. Yeah.
Look, man, this team still needs the safety. Team still needs the cornerback.
Absolutely.
Like, this Team still needs a linebacker, still needs an interior defensive lineman, still needs an edge rusher. I can keep going. Like every
We can
single
go,
like,
yeah.
piece on the defense this team needs. And I mean, yeah, that just goes back to how poor the team building's been over the past few years, because this defense is in really rough shape, and that's why it's like if they take another offensive player in the first round, it's like what are we doing here?
Right. I mean, I agree. Like, it feels like, and we said this like last week on the show. It's like it feels like every year the Falcons are like, the defense just has to get by. Like the pass rush is gonna have to get by. The defense is gonna have to get by. Like sooner or later, can we just let the offense like get by with like the 5 first-round picks we've dumped into it? Like,
we just get our first shot selection here.
Oh, is this a shock? I guess I feel like
Did we
Mason
say
Graham.
Mason Graham at this high?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's where I feel like Mason Graham 5 was like a thing up until maybe the last 10 days or so. And then there started to be more doubt with like Jacksonville in particular. But I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess Cleveland loved Mason Graham. Maybe that was their whole thing, is that they thought Mason
How did we
Graham.
not know the Falcons were trying to trade for Mason Graham the whole time?
Maybe that was it. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, Mason
Mason Graham
I
is
think
good.
he's worth it. I do think he's worth it. It's an interesting pick for them in particular, but
Yeah.
Look, man,
Yeah.
the Browns, hey, trading Travis Hunter for Mason Graham, a first next year and a high second. That's a hell of a haul.
Yeah, I think they traded.
Yeah.
I think they traded up from their 4th round pick too. Like I think they pick swapped 4th rounders and got an earlier 4th. So
and now they
Um,
can trade that 4th to the Falcons for
Kirk Cousins. There you go. Dave is going through the 4D chess here. I respect it. Yeah.
You know, a lot of versatility. You know, high motor. Obviously, he can get to the passer, because he wouldn't be going this high if he couldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I like Mason Graham. I think he's really good. I mean, it's not the cleanest, projection that you would love for like a top 5 defensive tackle, because he's got short arms, and he's undersized, but like he's just really damn good. And the NFL has kind of shown that you can kind of just like make it work with smaller defensive linemen. I mean, we've seen that, like Aaron Donald and Grady Jarrett kind of ushered that in a little bit. We've seen Kalijah Kancey have a lot of success. Like teams, especially teams that run 4-3, like you can just get like one of your DTs can be undersized. It's okay. Like it's okay now. It's allowed. You're allowed to do that. So, all right.
it's not like the olden days. That man Grady Jarrett fell 2 to 3 extra rounds just because of his height.
Yeah. No, I mean, hey, I'm not upset about it. Shout out to the GOAT Grady Jarrett, who the Falcons officially never got a competent running mate through his entire career in Atlanta. They definitely like tried, they just never succeeded. So maybe Calais Campbell. Yeah, maybe Calais Campbell. But yeah, love Grady. I will never.
Yeah, I just love those. It's one of the reasons why I'm like in on Mike Green. I mean, it's not like a reason, but I just love those dudes with wrestling backgrounds along the like defensive line. It's like, I don't know, it gives you just that like something extra when it comes to that like fighting against the offensive lineman. Like, when it comes to hand usage, when it comes to leverage, because I mean you literally train to literally physically take big dudes down.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm a fan of Mason Graham. I also like Kenneth Grant a lot, the other Michigan defensive tackle. Obviously not the pass rusher that Graham is, but I do think Grant has some potential. Kenneth Grant has some potential as, a nose tackle that can push the pocket. I mean, that's why he's being talked about as a 1st-round pick. But, yeah, I know someone mentioned Dontari Poe. I think that's like, I don't think Grant is quite on Dontari Poe's level, but I do think that's like a projection for him, like that I would feel comfortable with. Like you're hoping that Grant can become Dontari Poe, like this great run defender and like this actually impactful pass rushing nose tackle, which is what Poe was for his career. So,
hey, man, Falcons legend Dontari Poe.
Falcons legend.
Yep.
Remember the beef year when we got like Tyson Jackson?
Yeah, I remember those were like Tyson Jackson, Dontari Poe, and it was like one other player.
Yeah.
And those were like the three big moves.
It was just like beef. They were just like, we're just gonna get a bunch of beef and like change our scheme
Can't
for
run the
1
ball
year.
Dave, you're on mute. I didn't hear what you just said.
I was just saying, Paul Soliai.
Oh,
Soliai, yeah.
14
God.
toughness
against that
crusade.
defense.
The toughness crusade.
D-led Chris and toughness crusade. That was
Oh
a
my
great
God.
year.
Wow. I mean,
And
they got
also
the
got
beef.
John Asamoah on the other side of the ball, and he was hurt. So they just none of that worked.
Yeah. Yeah,
No, that was
Asamoah, when
very
he was
good.
healthy, actually looked really good. It was just unfortunate that he had to
good
retire.
player.
But yeah.
Yeah, they were so against getting any like edge guys. They're like, we're just gonna load up the middle of the interior.
They drafted like nonstop on the edge in like the 4th and 5th round for years because it was like Stanley Maponga, Jonathan Massaquoi,
Malachi Goodman, brother. Yeah.
Violent Hands, Malachi Goodman.
Man, I remember Massaquoi had like 1 or 2 good games.
They
Yeah.
were like
One
potential.
against Ravens.
This is the best edge rusher we've had.
And the entire fan base all offseason was like, this is it. This is our guy.
Oh God. Yes, the Raiders do take Ashton G&T at 6 here. This is another chalk pick, so we're pretty chalky so far. I know the 5 was a little weird with the Browns trading there, but so far pretty. This like, those drafts from like a month ago looking very accurate so far.
Hey, Falcons taking Bijan at 8 all of a sudden.
Wow, yeah. Nobody's saying, oh, the Raiders overdrafting a running back. Wow. It's almost like people have woken up to the fact that, running backs are still important.
Saquon Barkley really revamped the view of a running back.
Yep. Paul Mack asks, do I think G&T is better than Bijan? No. They're different. They're different running backs. I think they're both very good, I guess is the way I would say it. I'm not sure. They're just different. They're different styles. So it's kind of tough to one-to-one compare them. I think they're both like workhorse RB1 elite running backs. So, but I wouldn't say like G&T is better necessarily. I mean, Bijan might be better.
Let G&T take an NFL snap before we.
Yeah. It's a little premature,
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, he's not. I mean, I would still have probably Bijan over G&T, even like in this class. I think like Bijan has better size, and I think Bijan like this obviously helps because we've seen it, but like Bijan I think took a really big step as a pass protector this year too, that's a big thing for a 3-down back. So
he's also a very good receiver.
Yeah, he is,
His
and
work
GT
ethic
might
is
be able to be that
crazy.
too. But yeah,
Like that's what makes him special in my mind. Is like he's a really solid dude. Like overall, like just the work he puts in he was bad his rookie season in pass protection. All of a sudden he was really good last year. Like, that's not a small thing.
He was like, oh, I can't just beat up on these like 6-foot college linebackers anymore. I got to play these like 6'4" monsters. So I'm gonna have to put some work in there. But he absolutely did. I also feel like Bijan like is better catching passes that are like way off, or like he has to do something crazy and he makes it look easy. It's like, oh, it's a one-handed like toe fingertip catch. Oh, I got it. But if it's like right to him, it's like he struggles more. It's just hilarious. He's just like a supernatural catcher. He just has to kind of relax a little bit, I think. But yeah, we're starting to move a little bit here with pick 7. Jets got their pick in as well. So we'll see if they go chalky here too. We shall see.
I will be back a little bit later, Kevin.
Sure. Thanks for coming on, Bryce. We'll see you in a little bit.
Appreciate it. I'll be back.
Take it easy.
All right. Yes, this might be a good opportunity for me to go get another beer. So I will leave this in your capable hands for a moment. Adnan, I will be back in just a second. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I see we have a couple super chats. We'll get to those when I get back. And we'll continue on with our coverage of the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft.
No, Dave. We're going to sit in silence.
Okay.
Well,
I was going to say, should we remember some guys? Like,
no. We're going to
names.
I want to see how many of these viewers plummet if you and I just sit here staring at our screens until Kevin gets back. No, I'm kidding. I like your idea way better. Let's reminisce back to Falcons past. Who would you like to start with?
Do we remember Vance Walker?
Let's get someone else. Let's get someone more recent.
Let's come on more. Dude, don't do that to me. Come on. That's not nice. I'm not that old.
All right, I'll start with Jarius Norwood. I know you remember Jarius Norwood.
Oh yeah, I love Jarius Norwood. He was so fun. Like ideally like your mid-round players. Like if they're not gonna turn out to be surprise stars, they're just really fun, excellent players. And like Norwood was great for a few years.
Norwood was like one of those guys where he was a hell of a compliment. And then we complimented him with Michael Turner for a little bit there. He was just always hurt. Like he would always get injured, and it's like, all right, like this dude doesn't have the dirt, but man, when he like gets out in that open field, man, he was a Turner and Norwood, man. What a time! What a time period.
And you still had Antoine Smith that too.
Yeah, Antoine Smith was man, I remember the entire fan base fell in love with him too. He had that run where you like scored a touchdown in the first 6 games in a row. And it's like, why aren't we like giving him the ball?
And then we didn't. So I guess we never found out really.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know. For some reason, Mike Smith just never liked him. Like he just never. He would score an 80-yard touchdown or like a 60-yard touchdown whenever he would touch it, and it's like, you would think that they would draw something up for him, but I guess not.
That was the Mike Smith experience. Like I look back now, especially after the last decade, and like just such a solid coach on the fundamentals, like so consistent, such a great guy. But he just, you'd hand him a young player, you'd be like, this guy has some promise, and he'd be like, absolutely not, fuck that guy.
It was madness. And it's nuts. I think despite like all the faults, he's still probably the best coach in franchise history, because this franchise has just had like the worst track record of head coaches.
I definitely agree. I think Smitty deserved better, but it didn't quite get it.
Yeah,
we giving love to Mike Smith here?
Yeah, we are.
We are actually.
I'm involved. I'm in on that. Yeah.
You leave for a minute or two, and man, look at how the show derailed.
Yeah, we're going deep cuts. Yeah. No, I feel like Mike Smith shouldn't be a deep cut, and I agree with your take. He best coach. I mean, no one's had any sort of success like he had here. It's unprecedented in Atlanta. So, shout out to Smitty.
I love when John McClure was on the show. I love the tidbit he gave us that all of the offensive linemen still get together, like that 2008 generation through 2012. They're all very good friends, and they're all still in contact with Coach Smith.
Yeah, he calls him and checks up on him or whatever. Yeah,
yeah, like Coach Smith still calls them to this day and just talks and
Yeah, it's and Dan Quinn was a great guy too. Like that's and I think Raheem Morris is a great guy. So the Falcons have been blessed with one interruption in between great guys. What's that?
Maybe we should get some assholes.
Maybe we should try that. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Let's try a different approach.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Arthur Smith is. Yeah, what would you consider Arthur Smith?
His 23-year-old girlfriend. So.
Look, Arthur Smith is I think Arthur Smith portrayed an asshole, but I don't think he was an actual asshole.
I agree. Yeah, I think everyone who met him in person knew that he wasn't really like that, but he definitely tried to pretend to be that, which I found weird. But yeah, it's whatever.
Like he tried to do that, Armin Membo is the
Armand Membou here. Yeah, for all of you that didn't want to deal with me saying well, if Armand Membou's there at 15, we should take him. That is off the board now, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but it's what were we just talking about before I mentioned Armin Membo?
Mike Smith and Arthur Smith. And
Arthur Smith, he did cosplay like an asshole. I think he was trying that Belichick, Vrabel, I'm gonna be a dick, but it's no, he was actually a really nice guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was. So, I wish it had worked out for him. I think his downfall is that he just didn't value quarterback, which is just so strange to actually say. But yeah, it's I
think it's where you come from is, and not where he comes from overall, but he came from Tennessee, and Tannehill I think was an underrated guy, but he wasn't a great quarterback, and they were hey, we can build a good enough team for Desmond Ridder to excel, and it seemed like it might work for about 2 games, but Yeah.
Yeah.
It's we only wandered the wilderness for a little bit after Matt Ryan, and I don't ever want to be back again. I don't want the Bob Berry days. I don't want Chris Redmond, Byron Leftwich days. Like let's not go back there.
That's
Yeah.
actually nuts. Like, how is it the year 2025? And you're like, oh, you know what, quarterback? Whatever.
Doesn't seem that important, you know. But
Well,
yeah.
Well, you know what? Maybe 20 years ago, okay, maybe you can like argue, you can get away with it. Ravens won that Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. Like, the game wasn't as evolved as it was now, but now it's like, all right, bro. Like, if you have an average quarterback, you're levels behind these teams that are actually competing, let alone a quarterback that sucks.
Yeah. I mean,
somebody Joe Blow 2 in the chat.
Oh man, the Joe Blow Bartu plug.
Him
and
2013. That was the year. Him and Paul Warlow, friend of the show.
Bartu and Warlow. They for like a season they held it down. Props to them. Man, who are the other? I don't want to throw those guys in.
Like Warlow was the Robert McLean / D. Alford like career path, where like he was pretty solid his first year. He was great the second year, and everybody got excited. And then he had a bad year, and like everyone turned on him instantly. Like it's a familiar path. We travel it.
Yeah. No, it's love those guys. Friend of the show, Paul Warlow. Shout out to Paul coming on.
Great guy.
Love to talk to him. But yeah, it's the Falcons have linebackers. One of those spots the Falcons have been blessed to typically have pretty decent play there. We're not going to talk about Prince Shembo and that whole disaster.
They drafted like all 4 linebackers that year.
Yeah, there was like 4 linebackers that they drafted. It's crazy.
Marquise Rule was my guy, but he got hurt.
So. Yep.
Yawan Smallwood, Tyler Starr.
Yeah. Oh
Smallwood.
Man, Yawan Smallwood. That's a great linebacker name right there.
Tyler Starr was like an obsession for some people for like 3 years.
Clay Matthews here.
The horsepower score, though. I mean,
we've been through like lifetimes over the last 10 years, man. It's been like, I don't know. It's tough to believe.
Man, I remember where I was 10 years ago. I was, I think I was just starting undergrad.
Yeah.
Like I just like finished high school, and we were like going into it was like that was the Hard Knocks year for the Falcons.
That's
and
right.
Man, this team has never stopped disappointing me.
No,
nothing's changed.
Yeah,
pretty much continuously.
Yeah, that's just the normal cycle of life. Adnan, 22, you peak at like 20, then it's just all downhill from there. So. Oh man. All right, well, Dave's got to drop off for a second. But yes, the Panthers are making a pick here. There's a lot of speculation they might end up trading this. So pick is going to be coming in here for the Panthers in just a moment. So that is interesting. Also, the Giants just picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option, which obviously suggests that he's unlikely to be traded. So, make of that what you will, people. So, wonder if there's a trade speculation I could start. That would be a good one on like, with the Falcons, taking somebody, they're going to now start shopping so-and-so.
No, we're trading Kyle Pitts tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not speculation. That's just fact. So
Tweet it out.
Tweet it out. I'm hitting it right now.
Tweet it out. Say sources are telling you, and when it doesn't happen, just call whoever calls you out on it a dumbass.
Yep. Well, that would be the nice way to do it, and unfortunately, it's far worse. But yeah,
So here's where everyone keeps saying that it's going to be Jalon Walker. Jalon Walker. I've been seeing nothing but Jalon Walker to the Panthers throughout the entire draft process. Let's see if they go full chalk.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Because I mean, it's been pretty. They've been pretty adamant about it being Jalen Walker. Is it Jalon? Because I've always heard it Jalen.
maybe you're right.
I know you actually follow UGA, so it's like I'm open to the fact that
it's not him.
It's not him.
It's
Tedoroya McMillan.
McMillan.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that mocked. I just didn't think they were. I didn't think they were going to do it. They seemed adamant that they were going to go for a defender. So there we go. That's probably the first non-chalk pick of the night. So interesting stuff there. I know sorry, Ian, I missed this. That's my bad, man. He said Schefter was saying the Panthers were considering trading 8. Obviously, they don't trade 8. Should have said that one, obviously, before the Panthers picked. So that's my bad. Sorry, Ian. We got George. This is. I got to make sure to read this one now. He says, "Please, for the love of God, let the Saints take Shadur and not Michael Williams. Don't want to see him twice a year for the next 10 years, a la Cam Jordan-esque." Yeah, I mean, I personally think the Saints are going to take Shamar Stewart. That's my, like, look, I can't like.
Jackson.
Yeah, you know what? I'm in, but yeah, I just feel like Shamar Stewart is like the most like Saints pick imaginable. Like it just. Like, I mean, this is the team that picked, Peyton Turner and also picked, what's his name? Yeah, Marcus Davenport. They traded up for Marcus Davenport instead of Lamar Jackson. So, like, I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at this spot. I think it's going to be some sort of defender. Maybe Shamar. Maybe Shamar.
The Saints haven't taken a first-round quarterback in decades and decades. Like, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be paying Derek Carr for the next, 20 years. So, I mean, I guess they could probably go that route too. But
I mean, like, look, obviously the Panthers are sold on Bryce Young, the guy they benched in the middle of last season. So, maybe the Falcons bamboozled them the way they bamboozled the Titans. Like, Young looked really good in that last game against a horrid defense, which, low-key is probably going to be even worse this year than it was last year. And so I guess they're like, all right, we'll keep giving them the weapons. The Panthers, like, always have been taking these, like, high wide receivers for the past, few years. Like, since they drafted, or since they traded DJ Moore in that Bryce Young trade.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get this pick for the Panthers, obviously. They do need receivers bad. I think Leggett is pretty questionable in terms of can he actually be your number one receiver? And I think Tet absolutely can be your number one wide receiver. I'm curious now with the pathway for Jalen Walker making it to 15 is much easier now, I would say. And even though you guys know my thoughts on Jalen Walker, I think the Falcons would love to get Jalen Walker. I don't agree, but they could do worse than Jalen Walker. Like, I'm not going to be, pissy about it. It's just, I personally have, issues. Yes, George, I'm more into Michael Williams, personally. I'm into Mike Green, but who the hell knows where Mike Green's going to go? Daniel Jeremiah had Mike Green falling out of the first round entirely, so, I mean, who knows?
Falcons get him in the second round.
Well, I'm okay with that too. You know what? I'm more than okay with that. We can just but yeah, with Tet going here, that could make someone a little more antsy for a wide receiver, perhaps. We'll see. We'll have to see how this plays out. But I am curious what the Saints do here. I would think, I'm dying on the Shamar to the Saints Hill. I feel like that's the biggest chalk.
The chat spoiled it.
The chat spoiled it. I was just about to say, they did just decline, what's his name? Trevor Penning, the GOAT, according to PFF. Trevor Penning's fifth-year option, so, they may be looking for another tackle. I wonder if that's what the pick was, but
Trevor Penning was already at the time of, a fifth-year option. Man,
I know, right? Yeah, time flies. So.
It was like yesterday. I was ridiculing them for that pick, for that draft pick.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, I saw the pick. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay.
I'm disappointed it's not Jackson Dart is the only thing.
Yeah,
really
that.
Gonna be Jackson.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Jackson Dart dream dies here, but maybe they could take him in the second.
Maybe the Falcons take him at 15.
Yeah. Look, you can never have too many quarterbacks, Adnan, all right? Like,
Yeah, man.
yeah. And guys, like,
It's gonna be a justified crash out at that point. If you
Yeah.
thought last year was bad, oh,
if they do some really stupid shit, then yeah, we're definitely good. But yeah, guys, if you don't mind not spoiling the picks in the chat until they announce it on TV, especially the Falcons pick, because I know there's some people that really do just want to see it on TV because it's fun. I don't begrudge you for checking for the picks on Twitter. Sometimes I feel like I have to do that myself. But yeah, if you don't mind just waiting. Or guys, like if you're I'm probably going to turn off the chat box on the stream, like the video during the Falcons, like until the pick is announced, just in case. So you guys could just like sort of minimize the chat in your YouTube. I'll minimize it in the stream itself, so there's no risk of spoilers there, just in case if you're really like wanting to be careful about that. A lot of times people will just DM me the pick as soon as it comes in, like as soon as they see it. So it's like I it's ruined for me no matter what. But because I'm just like, oh, I have a DM. Okay, I gotta open it. So
yeah, it's Kelvin Banks. So he's not going to be there for the Falcons at 15, like some speculated. But
well, we can cross that off the list. So there's that.
Yeah, we can. Look, man, this unfortunately, it's not a bad pick. It's I can see where they're going with it.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, never a bad idea to bolster the offensive line. Look, I'm of the opinion that if you're in the top 10, go with what's safe.
Yeah. It's a safe pick. I mean, honestly, like, this is not a bad pick for them at all. Like, this is actually, I think, a better pick than, like, another project edge rusher would be. I just felt like maybe they couldn't help themselves. But, I guess they did. So maybe they're learning some lessons. Maybe a few. I hope they don't. But I'd rather they didn't. Yeah.
I'd rather not, because, it's like the thing that really sort of propelled that last era of Saints success from like 2017 on, after the Falcons won the division, and then it looked like the Falcons were going to own the division for a little bit, and then all of a sudden the Saints won it 4 years in a row while the Falcons couldn't get out of their own way.
Yeah.
The main thing that really helped them was like they got completely serious about the offensive line. Like they got Ryan Ramczyk. They had, arguably the best tackle duo in the NFL with him and Teron Armstead.
Yeah.
Like, and they really got serious about the trenches. Meanwhile, we were just sort of dicking around there for a few years.
We did.
And that's how you sort of let an opportunity pass, because it was that, and they had that like really, really strong 2017 draft.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, like, as much as I'm like not into the Falcons taking an offensive tackle at 15 in this particular draft, typically like offensive line most of the time is a good pick. Like it's not sexy, it's not exciting for most of the fan base, but I mean like Jake Matthews is the perfect example, right? Like I feel like that was not a sexy pick. People were kind of like, I think people knew Jake Matthews was really good, so it wasn't like people were upset. But, like, it didn't get the pop that it deserved. Jake Matthews has started, like, more games than, like, any left tackle in Falcons history or something like that. Like, and, like, yeah, has he been, like, he hasn't been a top 10 tackle his entire career. I think he had, like, a 3 to 4 year run where he was absolutely a top 10 left tackle. I think now he's probably in that, like, 8 to 15 range on any given week, which is still quite good. But it's like, it's not sexy, but you need those guys, right?
And like you said, that's a perfect example. You were picking 6th that year, and it's like you went sort of chalk, and you went with the tackle that's been there. And also, I remember that was one of those where nobody criticized the pick either, because it's like we had just seen that offensive line in 2013. And I think even the people who like the shiny toys and who were like, against it, I think even they were like, okay, you know what? This is way too far at this point. Like, we really need offensive line.
Yeah. After 2013, you could have sold me on like 7 straight offensive line picks after watching that debacle. So we got Ian McClellan.
I forgot his name, but there was that 2nd overall pick to the Rams.
Greg Robinson. I was going to mention him. Yeah, because I think a lot of people were in on him. I think I was like, oh, this guy's pretty interesting. I wonder if like
massive bust.
Yeah, he was a huge bust. Yeah. So, you never know. Yeah, I'm glad they took Matthews. Like, I always felt like Matthews was one of the safest picks in that draft. And that's underrated sometimes. It's just like not missing. I feel like it's quite underrated.
Yeah, like sometimes you don't need a home run. Sometimes hitting a double in the top, like hit enough doubles, you'll drive some runs in.
Yeah. Unless you're the Braves, apparently. You don't hit with runners on base, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like Taylor Lewan was the other like tackle that went. I think he went top 10, and Lewan's peak was higher than Matthews'. Like I think Taylor Lewan at his best was better than Jake, but Jake Matthews completely has him on the longevity because it's been 3-4 years since Lewan has retired, and Jake Matthews is still going strong.
Oh yeah.
And I think his career is going to actually even be extended by Michael Penix's presence because Matthews is essentially now your right tackle instead of your left tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, so you have some flexibility there. He doesn't have to be the blindside protector anymore. I mean, they just extended him, right? So they clearly feel pretty good about his longevity. Dave, welcome back. How are you?
Good. Now that the Saints have done not the most embarrassing thing they could have done, but
yeah,
not the best either.
Not the best, Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. That were you getting ready to drop that bomb like a Jackson Dart bomb or something if they went there?
100%.
Yeah,
I was very excited.
I respect it. Yeah.
I was no Shador Sanders either.
Yeah.
I can't believe I actually like Shador Sanders quite a bit, but I can't believe we wasted so much time on is he going to go in the top 5 discourse? Like it just. It wasn't going to happen.
It's because he has a sexy name. It's like he drives the market. He drives clicks, entertainment. Yeah. So everyone it's the same thing with LeBron's son in the NBA. Like he got more coverage than anyone else in the draft last year, and he went with the 57th pick, which in the NBA is very, very late. Like that's the equivalent of being a 7th rounder.
Yeah, because the NBA draft's only 2 rounds, and it seems like the second round picks are kind of like
picks,
Yeah, it's like the second round picks are kind of like, who cares?
Unless it's like Jokic or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe every once in a while you hit gold, like the 7th round.
Dave.
Yeah, good for Dave. I had no idea. Yeah.
Dave knows. One of the things that I love about that was that he was announced, like his name came up. Like I see that clip all the time, like during a Taco Bell commercial. They didn't even like talk about him. So
that's right.
Here he is.
No pop. No pop. But now he gets the pop. So.
Yeah.
And Colston Loveland to the Bears.
Colston Loveland to the Bears here.
They're really, they're bolstering, Caleb Williams' weapons. They got DJ Moore, Colston Loveland. They got the wide receivers. I just brain fart.
Oh yeah, Roma Dunze and DJ Moore. Yeah.
They signed Drew Dahlman.
There you go.
Yeah.
Goated. Yeah. So
that's gonna be I feel like we're gonna feel that more than what we'd like to this season.
Oh yeah. Not if we get Jared Wilson. So, I'm leaving that door open tomorrow on tomorrow's show, folks. Come back. Yeah. But yeah, I know a lot of people had Tyler Warren as like the unquestioned tight end 1. That's not what I had heard. Speaking with a lot of draft people, a lot of people were more split. Like Colston Loveland was tight end 1 for Colston Loveland's more of that traditional tight end. Warren's more of that receiving focused Travis Kelce type. So, I think this is maybe surprising to some, but I think it's a little bit less surprising to me, given that it seems like some teams really loved Loveland. Although it does kill my dynasty stock in the Bears' other tight end, Cole Kmet.
Kmet,
got to pour one out for my dynasty stock in Cole Kmet, but it's all right. We'll survive. He was like my tight. I've got Travis Kelce and Sam Laporta in that league, so I'll be okay. I'll survive. But
I think you'll survive. Yeah,
I'll survive somehow. I'll live through that. But yeah, Dave, what do you think about this? I mean, you saw most of these picks, but were you surprised by the Saints or the Panthers picks at all?
Panther picks surprised a little bit. Like I think the common thought there was Walker, but I thought they might go for like a Tyler Warren if they were gonna go for a weapon. I like it in the sense that I think they believe that they have their quarterback in Bryce Young, and I still think Young is pretty good, regrettably. But also there was a lot of defensive talent, I felt like, on the board. And the Panthers had one of the worst defenses in league history last year. So it is a little bit interesting from that perspective to just not take advantage of that. But as Falcons fans, we very well know how that goes. So,
Yeah, just having this screaming need on defense over and over again, and
making a pick at number 8, nonetheless. Yeah,
making a pick at number 8 3 times in a row, and not taking defense ever. So
remarkable.
It is, yeah. Whew. Yeah. All right, we got George Costanza with the $2. Thank you, George. Says, Adnan's not here. I'm gonna wait for Adnan to come back before I drop this one because he's talking to Adnan with this. So we're gonna hold that one. But yes, we're waiting on the 49ers pick now at pick 11, and then we will be just a couple picks away here from Atlanta. Not much buzz going on in terms of potential trades at this point. So we'll see if that does. I still think it's the second round pick they'll trade down from. That's just been Terry's MO.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I feel like the way things are shaking out, things could change in the next couple picks. There could be a run on guys they really like, but if you get like a couple more players in there on offense, like let's say Warren goes and so forth, like I would be very tempted down if somebody is in love with a guy at 15 and wants to move up. Like I would just do it because you could move back, I think 4 or 5 picks and still end up with a guy that I'm interested in. I'm not Terry, but
No, I agree. Like it's like, I mean, I think it's an easy choice for me. I mean, we've seen, we'll obviously have to see like what happens in the next, 3 or 4 picks or whatever. But at this point, it's like I'm comfortable with Starks. I'm comfortable with any of these pass rushers. Whether that's like Mike Green or Mike Kell or James Pierce. The team is high on too. Apparently, like there's a lot of guys here. They're not all gonna go. I think you've got sort of a section here of teams that may or may not actually like do a whole lot of edge rush picking, right? I mean, there's a lot of offensive line need and all that. Maybe the ticket, honestly, is that someone's going to move up for a tackle because we've seen 3 go already. So if someone loves Josh Simmons, this could be the spot, for that. We didn't get a second quarterback go, so if someone loves Shadur, maybe they're trying to come up here. If someone loves, is trying to get ahead of the Steelers and the Falcons make it worth their while to move here. I had the Seahawks jumping up a few spots for Gray Zabel, even though they never drafted interior offensive line. I'm well aware of that, guys. Yeah. The whole point was to be bold, okay? But yeah, there's a number of paths for the Falcons to execute a trade. It just, is there another team interested, and is Terry willing to pull the trigger? Because I think over the years Terry said it himself the other day, is like he's an aggressive type. Like he wants to go up for guys. He doesn't want to trade back, and I think that's kind of maybe his biggest weakness, is that he I think the best way to play, the number one, I just have to pause for a second. The number one thing the 49ers have there that says added in 2025 was Richie Grant. That was the first one that was listed for them. That's a rough offseason.
Might not be what you want.
That's a rough offseason. Yeah. But we'll just have to see if they can pull it off, because and I think we'll see if somebody's interested. But is Terry willing to make a deal happen? Because thus far, haven't really seen that willingness to trade down outside of one opportunity in the second round.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things to me. When you love a guy, I get it. But I think hopefully after this many years now on the job, and especially after the Kyle Pitts, what has become a debacle really over the years, learn that, you're falling in love with a guy, but especially at 15, it's probably not worth passing up on a good offer. Now, if one doesn't exist, then be sure to let us know that, and save yourself some heartburn later, because otherwise we're going to yell about it. But there's not going to be that like generational guy at 15 you have to have if you have a good offer. So I hope that that's something that he is taken to heart.
Yeah, I hope so too. And you've already you've sort of pre-set this up to where now you kind of have to try to get these additional picks, especially in a class like this where the depth is that sort of like 15 to 50 range. It's like you really want to get picks in that range. Day 2 is really strong. You sort of front loaded your off season last year by trading for Judon. That obviously didn't work out. You're down a pick. It's like, well, you may not want to do this, but like you've set this up to where you kind of have to, like, or otherwise you're going to be in a big deficit of draft capital and these day 2 picks. Like now, obviously Fontenot hasn't done a great job of hitting on these day 2 picks, but
no.
We can't just like wave our hands and be like, well, he's not good at making day 2 picks, so we might as well get rid of all the day 2 picks. Like sooner or later, he's either got to hit on them or he's got to get fired. And I think, this, the more it bites at the apple, typically the better. So, we'll see.
Well, and I also think
sorry, Dave. Michael Williams from Georgia here at 11, but please continue.
Oh no, that's a good pick. I like that. Yeah, I think anytime a defensive lineman goes to San Francisco, even though they don't all work out for them, like I feel like okay, they probably know what they're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I was just gonna say on that front, and it just totally flew out of my head. So
that's okay. That's okay. We can move. And then if it comes back to you, that's fine. But yeah, no, Michael was a guy that I think had gained a lot of steam for the Falcons with like Green kind of maybe dropping. I still don't know what to think about that. We're going to find out soon. But it seemed like he had gained steam for like the entire league. Like everyone was like, oh yeah, no, the NFL actually likes him better than Jalen Walker. Which like shouldn't shock people because Michael is by far the more like prototypical guy. And like, he's the one with the size. He's like not even 21 yet. He didn't have tremendous production, but really good player. So, adding it to that 49ers front, could be pretty nasty over there. So that's a good pick. Obviously it takes a guy off. This is really, I think, one of the first ones where it's like, oh, this has actually taken someone off the board for the Falcons that could have been a serious consideration at 15.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I did remember where I was going with that, which is, the sort of marriage of aggression and not making great second-round picks. Like, I feel like, forget this class, like, Rook also needs to work out for Terry.
Yeah.
Like, in the worst way. Traded up to get him, and I like him. I'm hopeful. But I look at him as somebody who, that kind of is the intersection of the two maybe worst habits that Fontenot has, is like, let's go up and get our guy and missing on these second and third round picks. And so like the jury is very much out on him, but I feel like him not working out this year in conjunction with other things falling apart could be the end for Terry. Yeah.
No, there's no doubt about that. I mean, Rook has to hit, that there's no doubt. I mean, when you trade that type of capital, I mean, you traded a third round pick to move up a few spots in the second round. That's not good value, and then the Rams turned around and did it, but their guy actually played and was great. And it was after the guy you picked. Now, I like Rook. I think he's a good developmental prospect, but it was a weird pick for them. That whole draft was bizarre, honestly. It worked out with Penix, so the strangeness isn't always bad, but all those defensive tackle ticks. Wow. Got better slow down on these left-hand milk stouts here, but
good stuff.
Yeah, that's dangerous. But I like Rook. I like Dorless. They didn't play because they had a million defensive tackles, and then they converted Zach Harrison to defensive tackle. This is my biggest pet peeve of all. It's why do we need 50 defensive tackles? Like that's what I don't get. That's the one. I won't say that's the 100%. One thing I don't get, but it's the main thing.
Multiple. Yeah.
It's
I just had the Cowboys pick spoiled for me.
Okay. It's been.
Interesting.
I was hoping they would take Matthew Golden off the board so we could put that rumor to bed right away, but
They did not. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. I know. I think I had sent them Ted because Ted had been falling, but he obviously went already.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I know they would have loved a running back. That'd be hilarious if they took a running back here. Welcome back, Adnan. How we doing?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it looks like the Falcons are going to have their pick of the litter with these edge guys outside of Michael Williams, RIP.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, hey, it's happens every year. The Falcons will have their picks, so they're going to.
the edge will be there. It's just up to them to
Yeah.
actually hit the draft button. So yeah. No, I'm very curious to see what will happen here. We'll see if there's any more buzz that comes out. We'll see. Dave has seen. Okay, yes, it is Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Wow. I know. I just saw Arif Hassan tweet out that because he keeps track of like a consensus board of all the media. And Booker was 31st, so this is officially the like biggest reach of the first round so far. Which is not. I mean, he's still obviously that's still first round, but yeah, this was not one I had seen previously. So this is probably the first surprise so far. I mean, maybe Loveland would be a surprise for some people. I don't know, but yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. So offensive line here, another offensive lineman goes. That could help the Falcons if there's someone who really wants an offensive lineman.
I mean, at this point, like you're only a couple picks away from having like Jalen Walker, Jihad Campbell, if you're interested in that. Malachi Starks, Will Johnson, like all of your edge guys. You got to move down a little bit if you can.
You got to. There's just so many. Everyone's here
to.
except Michael. Michael's the only one that's gone. Now, obviously, there's a couple more picks here. I'm guessing.
Like you need someone who wants to move up.
Yeah.
Even Shador Sanders this year for one of these teams that's maybe desperate for a quarterback.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We did have a George question for you, Adnan. He was saying hitting doubles is great unless you're Kalinic, and then you get thrown out at second base.
Man, look, George, I love Alex Anthopoulos. Love what he's built. Love what he's done. But, man, that Kalinic trade was a massive whiff to keep up with the baseball references.
Yeah.
That is a very expensive player right now, and, man, that not a great move last offseason. Not a great move at all. And the thing is, the Braves got Jurickson Profar to cover him or to like replace him in the outfield, and then Profar gets suspended for PEDs.
Yeah, for the whole season, right?
For half the season, but he's going to be ineligible for the playoffs.
Wow. What a guy.
It's been they really landed it up there.
That's really something. Wow.
All right. The Dolphins pick is in. We're just a couple away.
Yep, not too far here. Yep, we'll see.
I'm as much as I love the chat, I'm not going to be looking at the chat at all because I'm not letting you guys spoil the pick for me.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be on Twitter. I'm going to let it be organic the way it was last year.
Yeah. All right.
Dave, are you excited?
I'm getting excited now.
Yeah. It's getting kind of exciting.
Yeah, I can't help it. They get me. They always reel me in.
They always reel me in,
This is they reel you in right before, they crush you.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Like I just give me a good defender. Like I really don't care who it is. Like we're not going to know right away, but like you tell me that you're taking defensive needs seriously, and I really will.
Luther Burton.
There you go.
Luther Burton would probably make me even more mad. Like
somehow, that's higher than I thought I could go. Yeah. But yes, to George's question, we are giving away a $50 NFL shop card tonight. We're gonna do it. Probably we'll start the giveaway like after the Falcons pick sometime, and it'll last for like an hour. You can sign up. All you have to do to join that giveaway, please subscribe, please like. Please follow the show on the platforms. And make sure you join the Falcoholic Discord server. The link to that is in the show description. You need to make sure you're on the Discord server because we need to be able to contact you to actually give you the code. If I put the code in the chat here, you would have to Hunger Games it out with like 450 people that are also trying to redeem your code. You don't want to do that, I imagine. So make sure you're on the Discord server so we can contact you. And we'll be
Dr. Slicknuts last year. I remember.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Username.
Yeah. Also, my friend, one of my friends, has the same avatar, the Frank gargling beer avatar. So I appreciate that choice of avatar, Dr. Slicknuts. Also, great name. Just a good one. All right, we're getting closer and closer here, folks. Almost time, unless the Falcons trade, and then we're gonna have to wait longer. But I'm okay with that.
I'm more than okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it will be the first trade down in the first round since 1990. There's no way they're going to do it.
We're overdue for one, Adnan.
Yeah,
we're overdue for it.
We were overdue for one 15 years ago. This is something like completely different.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. It's going to be exciting. It's just about that time.
As someone said on Twitter, that draft room does look like, or that green room looks exactly like a furniture store. I don't know. Like I don't. They even have the Lowe's logos up there. I don't know what they were thinking with that.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that at all.
They have the plants up. It's like it looks like people are in there trying to buy a sectional.
I mean, I hope they're trying to buy, an all-pro, but I guess if you had to come away with a sectional, you'd be okay with that. But
and maybe Terry Fontenot's furniture shopping tonight.
Maybe that's what's going on.
What the date was?
Yeah.
Terry, get to Flowery Branch right now. Get into the war room. What do you mean?
You got to get here right now. I need you to tell me. What do you think about this one? What do you? Oh, okay. I got to see the pic. Okay. What do you think about this couch or this one? You think leather, fabric? What are you thinking? I need to know. Oh my God! Don't call me again at 3 a.m. for this. Yeah.
Okay. It is Kenneth Grant.
Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins. Wow, the big nose tackle goes 13. Wow, that's a shocker too.
2 Michigan interior defensive linemen going the first 13 picks.
Yeah, that's a spicy one. Big spicy one there. I love Kenneth Grant, so I mean. I'm not against it. I don't know if the Falcons were going to be that into him. So, we'll see. But yeah, it's just about that time. Falcons will probably be on the clock here in just a little bit. We'll obviously get what the Colts are going to do. I assume the Colts are going to take a tight end. That's been kind of like mocked to them for the last 4 years. So, they're probably going to be really happy to get Tyler Warren. I don't think he ever really falls here in mocks. So that would be, I think, the chalk pick. We'll see if they pivot off of that. But, yeah, Atlanta going to be on the clock here. Let me see if I can get let's get a poll out. We'll get what you guys – what do you guys think about who the Falcons are going to pick here? If I can figure out how to get a poll out, I'll do it. Okay, here we go. Poll. Who will – and we'll put trade down as an option too. Let's do trade down. We'll do obviously Jalen Walker, Mike Green. Well, I can only do one more. Should we do like James Pierce? Should we do like Matthew Golden to troll?
Let's do Pierce. Let's do Pierce. I don't even want.
I don't even want to entertain that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. Here you guys go. So let's get your thoughts. Get thoughts for the people here.
Or I think it'll be Walker. I think they like Jalen.
I think so too. Yeah.
I don't think they were
assuming the Colts don't like swipe him right here, which I don't think I've ever seen him mock to them, but yeah.
Man, I remember last year they got Latu already. Like I remember Chris Ballard had that cringe ass video that the Colts social media posted of him sitting there watching and laughing and being like, we just got the best defensive player in the draft at 17, looking like a moron. And there's another dude where I still don't know how he still has a job at this point, but
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, we're gonna see what the Colts pick is here. Is that you reacting to the pick, Dave, or?
No, that's just like all of a sudden like a nervous noise. Like I was
Okay.
perfectly fine, and now it's here, and I'm like, shit.
Yep. No, what? I mean, I think it's got to be. They're gonna, if they don't trade down, Jalen Walker, right?
Right. It's Tyler Warren. So
Tyler
thank
Warren to the
God.
Colts. So
That takes tight end out of the
It
equation.
takes tight end out of the equation in case you were sweating about that. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
a little bit.
Walker
Probably
here would be-
Walker.
I mean, how could you be mad at that, right? Like,
Right. I mean, I'm not the biggest Walker fan, but you know, I get it. He does seem to be their type. You know, Jeff Ulbrich does love undersized linebackers. Well, he's not an undersized linebacker. He's an undersized edge rusher. He's a perfectly fine sized linebacker. Just has short arms. But
Feels impossible.
yeah,
Feels impossible to mess this pick up.
you say
oh,
that.
don't- why
You
would
say
you
that,
say
Adnan.
It's everything is like just right there. You can get anyone you want. Like you
Pretty
could not
much.
have asked for the draft to be much better than it has been so far.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right, I'm just gonna curl into a for a moment.
I'm
Here,
just gonna
like-
curl up. You know, we do have quite a split here among the fans. Quite an even split. 38% say Jalen Walker, 30% trade down, 27% Mike Green. So
15 say Jalen Mayfield. It's crazy.
Jalen Mayfield again. He's not even in this. He's not even in this class. But you know, Jalen Mayfield again.
Man, but a trade down would be so clutch. Like
It would be sick.
It would be so because you, like Dave said, there's so many great options. Like if you go back 7,
So
8
many.
spots, like you'll still get a great player and you'll recoup a day 2 pick.
Yeah. I'm nervously optimistic, and we'll see if the Falcons can crush that here in the next 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they'll make a pick or if they'll take the clock down and see if they can find a trade. But given Terry's track record, you kind of have to expect they're probably not going to. But yeah, we'll have to see here. Yeah, it's perfectly fine to be nervous. That's normal.
Well, it is always exciting, like going into it not knowing, not reading the spoilers, not anything. Like I'm not looking at the chat.
Yep.
It feels like the old days when you know you're a kid, you turn on ESPN and you know you have no idea what's gonna happen. Twitter wasn't as big like back then. It's like okay.
Yeah. The Falcons are trying to trade this. Like the pick would have been leaked if they had already made it. So they're trying to trade it. You know, we'll see if they succeed.
For the record, like I know a lot of people will, but I won't tear the Falcons down if they don't trade down because you just don't know what all the factors are. It's the easiest thing to say, oh, just you should have traded down or trade down. Like you don't know what the offers are. You don't know if anyone's even trying to trade up. You don't know if they're trying to lowball you.
Yeah, like I said, I'm going to turn the chat box off on the stream. So if you guys are looking at just the video, you won't see the chat just in case anyone wants to spoil it. But not so you can safely look at the stream video itself and it'll be fine. But yeah,
Enjoy our faces.
Enjoy our faces as we nervously sit here and chat. And yeah.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
67 folks right now, so I think I'm expecting that to be the peak tonight.
Yep. We'll see. Depending on the pick, it might peak after. Yeah.
Oh yeah, last year it peaked after.
Last year it peaked after, like 20 minutes after it was going crazy. So, yeah. So we'll see. But yeah, no pick in yet.
They're
They're definitely trying. Terry's like, somebody please call me now. We're working the
Someone's trying to
phones.
call the Falcons. Terry's actually on the phone with the furniture store instead.
Can I get this in the brown leather, or do you just have black, or like how is?
the number can't get through.
Yep.
If I spill a soda, like what's gonna happen to the leather? Like,
Yeah.
What's
need to
the
know
warranty looking like? Terry, for the love of God, the Giants are.
I don't have anything
The
else
Giants are on the
going
phone. Hold on. We got
Look
3
into
minutes
this for me.
left. We got 3 minutes left. I'm trying to close this deal. Okay, then we'll get to that deal. You know.
Hey, hold on. Tell the Giants to wait. Well, it's a flash sale until 10 p.m. What can be more important than this right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, this This is Brazilian redwood, okay, for the feet. Like this doesn't come around very often. This is a first round pick of a couch. All right, I got to secure this. Then we could get on the phone, So
I love how organic some of this shit like is. Like the Dimitrov in the closet one, like this just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
One day Soler, like 4 years from now, is gonna like make a reference of like furniture on like draft night.
Yep. Well, we'll see. The NFL went to commercial, which means that they're not expecting the pick to come in. So, we'll see.
Well, if they trade down, I'm going to drop to get that real quick.
Yeah, it's understandable, Dave. Dave has to man the typing presses while we man the airwaves. Very respectable.
The ancient typewriters. Yeah.
You're like George R.R. Martin. You write every article on just one typewriter, and you can't do anything else. So yeah,
I do. As a matter of fact.
one old school typewriter, but so. Am I the only one who doesn't get the furniture jokes? There's nothing to get, ya boy. There's nothing to get. It's just
we're just riffing.
Yeah, we're just nervous. We're just nervous.
Yeah.
That's all.
We're just talking to talk at this point.
Yeah. All right, 140 to go here. Yeah.
It did start with the green room looking like a furniture store, though.
Yeah,
so
that was the crux. That was the beginning. Yeah, the Falcons are taking this down. Jalen Walker's is his hair. I was like, oh, is that Walker? I should know what Walker looks like probably, but
they definitely want this trade down.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they're negotiating, but
probably.
Yeah, they're
just
have
standing
to have the parameters of something, right?
They're just standing there. What's happening?
Maybe they waited till the last minute, Dave. Did you ever consider that?
Yeah.
No. You know why I didn't consider that? Because I got to protect the old mental health. I got to keep the beans in order up there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All my hair's already fallen out. I got nothing else to give.
I got nothing left. Yeah. No, people are like, oh, Raheem clock management.
Made with anyone.
Raheem clock management coming
drop
in.
Process.
Yeah.
Now, you know what would be infuriating? If the pick is in. I was gonna say if the pick went all the way down and like they got jumped by the Cardinals.
Yeah, that would be funny. But no, by funny I mean terrible. But yeah, just absolutely terrible. But yeah, so yep. It seems obviously they were trying hard to work something out. Didn't get it, but I respect it. Right. I respect the try.
All you can ask for.
Except if they draft someone, that I don't like. Then I don't respect it, and they should have gotten it done. But, so we'll wait.
Man,
here.
the clash out when the pick is Luther Burton.
I prefer Luther Bolden to Matthew Golden for the record.
You both got to stop.
You need to stop saying this. You got to stop saying, I can't do this.
Oh.
I'm just nervous, Yeah.
I'm kind of nervous too now.
Yeah.
No,
I'm getting nervous. We're all getting nervous. Take Shadur and then trade him to the Jets. Then flip him to the Browns for other picks, and I assume they're gonna get this pick announcement pretty soon because they ran the clock all the way down. So, shout out to those Falcons fans that actually went to Green Bay. There's not anything else to do there, I've heard. So Green Bay slander, yeah. Arthur Blank's talking to somebody, so.
Well, I just saw.
Is he also talking with the furniture store?
Are you upset, Dave, or are you cautiously optimistic?
I'm quite happy.
Dave's happy, guys. Dave's happy.
Ooh, I wanted to know if I should be happy.
We all know what that means. It's Glenn Dorsey. They finally got him, Dave.
But you don't know what makes me happy. Like,
I don't.
I'm a weird dude.
I can't get into the mind of Dave. That's God's work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could be Terry being like, I'm quitting to go fishing, and we missed
be.
Pick,
Terry's getting back on the phone.
Content.
Yeah, Terry's getting back on the phone to finish that furniture purchase. So he's like, "Oh, wait, we had to pick. All right, get it in. What are you waiting on me for? Get the pick in." Yeah. So, all right, here we go, folks. Goodell's shuffling out as he does.
Walker, what a haul!
There we go. Yeah, as I said,
15.
Yep. He fell unexpectedly. The Falcons do take Jalen Walker. Obviously, not the player I love the most, but I'm not surprised by it, and I don't hate it. I mean, again, like I'm not going to be one of these people that's like, he wasn't at the top of my board, so therefore this pick sucks, and I'm really upset. Like, that's just not my game. So I think, were you higher on him, Adnan, or am I thinking of somebody else?
I mean, I was pretty high on him, but I never thought he would be there at 15.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I honestly, and I mean, it wasn't great preparation on my end. I was like, yeah, he's not making it past Carolina. Like, there's no point in like even discussing him at 15. But man, it's a hell of a pick. I think this is the happiest I've been in the moment about a Falcons pick since Terry's been here.
Yeah. I mean, and they announced him as a linebacker, which to me like suggests that they actually understand what he is, which is that he's basically Hassan Reddick and not a full-time edge rusher. So we'll have to see how they play that out. But Dave, what do you think? You said you were happy. How you feeling?
I feel great about it. Like, I just think he's such a talent. Like, I don't know exactly how they're going to use him, exactly how he's going to fit. But to me, like, everything you want is there with Jalen Walker. He is a talent. And this Falcons defense, for too long, it's like, let's just plug in a guy that we think fits. Or let's take a big swing on a guy who we think can turn into something. And they've rarely landed a player who just seems ready to go, has a lot of versatility and all the traits you're looking for. And to me, like, that's this guy. And of course, for the first time in my life, Georgia Bulldog fans are the Atlanta Falcons. So like, this is a great day. Like, there's a million good things going on here. I'm thrilled. So
yeah. The thing about Jalen Walker that always made me like comfortable, if not like in love with the pick, is that everybody loves Jalen Walker. Like, coaches rave about him. He's one of the highest character guys in the draft. And the potential to become a Hassan Reddick type of player is obviously there. He's young. He didn't test, which is a little concerning, but obviously you watch the tape, you can tell he's a great athlete.
Oh yeah.
He's just not big enough to be a full-time edge rusher. He's a sub-package player. He's going to need to learn how to play off ball more, right? Like, he's probably going to have to play Sam some. But like, this could be like the ultimate version of Caden Ellis, right? Like, what Caden Ellis is, Jalen Walker could be that, but much better in terms of athleticism and overall talent, and that might be sort of the long-term game. But the two of them together could also wreak havoc in terms of just who the hell's blitzing, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ceiling is Pro Bowler. Like, he can, most important thing, best trait, he can rush the passer. It's what we've been looking for. It's what we've been begging for forever. Like, look, it's technically not an edge, but I'm counting it as like, they got the pass rusher. They got their pass rusher for the first time in ever. He is, I mean, you can move him around the entire formation. You can get really creative with him. I kind of feel like Jeff Ulbrich, had his fingerprints on this pick. And it's a great pick. I feel like you just got the best linebacker in the draft at pick 15 after he fell. It's one of those rare times where the Falcons don't overthink it, where the Falcons instead let the other teams overthink it, and then they reap the rewards of the other team's overthinking.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm interested in it, but I do want to welcome in one of our yearly. It feels like it's a tradition now. We get Jake Gordon on for his take on the Falcons' first round pick. Jake, welcome back to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't know if y'all saw my tweet, but I don't know if this could be going better because the Falcons get Jalen Walker and the Saints took Jalen Walker's son.
There you go.
In that Texas game.
Yeah. But Michael and Jalen we're taking turns teeing off on that young man. So I'm very happy with this one. This is a much different reaction than I think I've given you guys the past couple of years.
Last year was a little dicey, a little dicier, but yeah, and I feel like everyone calls me like the biggest Jalen Walker hater. I just had him as like a late first instead of like a top end of the first guy. But yeah, I know you've been like Now I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna pay for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jake. I mean, I know you've been really high on him. What do you like most about Jalen Walker in this fit?
I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. I mean, dude, we got Divine Diablo at linebacker. Like, let's take a second to think about like the reality that we live in for a second. Very high character too. Like, you get an instant leader on the defense. I think he can do a lot of different things. I think he'll go as far as his coaching staff can take him. But I love Jalen. He's one of my favorite players. Stellar pick. I'm just glad they didn't overthink it, man. They took 5 minutes to turn that card in. I was like,
They were
oh,
trying to
gosh,
trade down. Yeah. So
I like what Trey said. He said Terry was looking for a hiding spot. I'm very pleased with this one. I think you got the best defensive player on the board, and I think when you have a really bad defense, that's what you should aim for.
yeah. No, I get it. And like, to me, like, I've always sort of seen him as like a guy that, everyone, like, I think the people that like him is like, he's Hassan Reddick, right? Or Hassan Reddick that can play more off ball if you need him to. Is that sort of how you see him, like, as a guy that is going to be a hybrid? Do you see him as more of like a sub package designated pass rusher, more of an off ball guy? Where are you sort of at on his NFL projection?
Well, as somebody that likes to criticize his coaching staff, I will say they should probably figure that out. I don't know. I genuinely think you can use him in a variety of different ways. I think he's probably a little bit better off ball than he is a pass rusher, but I think if you stick him in pass rusher, he's still going to be wildly effective. But my main thing is sticking him in pass rushers. I don't think he can be like the best guy and just like completely get you like 14 sacks. I don't know. I hope he can. I think he would probably need a little bit more of a support system around him than that, but I think he'll be an incredible off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, that's like, I think his like best flashes came with him rushing the passer, but I agree with you that like he probably has to play off ball most of the time just because he can't hold up against the run as like a hand in the dirt edge or something like that. He's just too small. Like, I mean, we know that, but he's a great blitzer. I'm still confused as to why he didn't test. It's like he's a guy that's got great athleticism, so I'm not sure why he chose not to, but clearly didn't scare the Falcons off. So
Walter Nolan to the Cardinals is insane, by the way.
Yeah, that just came in too. Yeah, that Walter Nolan to the Cardinals, that's a great value for them.
Yeah. Well, one thing about Jalen too, red hot motor, something I can appreciate. I always say this about the Falcons. I've had enough low effort pass rushers for a lifetime. Probably 2 lifetimes.
I think we've all had enough of that. Yeah.
Solid 4.5 40 time. Speed is not an issue at all. 240 pounds. It's a great pick. It's I think this is one of those very rare picks where the entire fan base is like, you know what, great job.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to dislike it too much. I mean, again, I feel like the biggest Jalen Walker hater. I really did. It reminds me of the NFL Stock Exchange where like if one of their guys is like, if like Connor's like lower on someone than Trevor, he'll be like, oh, so he's undraftable to you then. Okay, I get you. Yeah, it's like it's not like that, But again, it's like objectively, given where he was ranked on most big boards, it feels like it's good value, which has not always, of course, been the case for the Falcons. They've done pretty well in the first round most years with that, but in general, they haven't always gotten the best value. It's obviously on defense, that's a first for this regime, right? Like a first for this regime and a first for Terry Fontenot. Obviously, I think they would have loved to have traded down if they could. I think that's what they were working the phones to try to pull off, right? I mean, they took the pick down to like 30 seconds. But again, it takes 2 to tango. And look, I think they probably really valued Walker and rightly assumed that like he was probably going to go to the Cardinals if he didn't go here, right? I mean, the Cardinals were eyeing, linebacker as well. They've been mocked Jihad Campbell a lot. Obviously, they go Walter Nolan here with Walker off the board, but if you don't take Walker here, he's not going to be there. So I think they probably were like, look, like with Walker falling, like we need like a good package, or we can't move off this pick. And it doesn't seem like anyone was willing to give him that. But again, I think it's unlike years past, mostly last year. I think it's hard to be upset about this pick, even if you're on the more pessimistic end. And mostly I'm just happy to deliver a resounding defeat to the Matthew Golden rumor. That's probably my favorite aspect of this pick here. So,
yeah, I think this one, even if it doesn't work out, which obviously very much all hope it does, I think this one's at least justifiable in the sense where it's like, all right, well, we took the best defensive player on the board in state, like, this is a guy who fell, who probably shouldn't have been available. Like, this is extremely defensible. I will say that.
Yeah, exactly. I get it. Yeah. And Dave, you know what? I know you're pretty happy about this as well. Anything else you want to add on the David Walker, or not David Walker, Jalen Walker? David Walker maybe later. You know, I'm not ruling that out.
I mean,
but
let's just load up on Walkers, man.
Just
like,
go for the all Walker
Yeah.
draft. Dion Walker late.
Yeah.
You know, David Walker in the 4th. That we could make it happen. But yeah,
Gotta
anything
catch 'em
else you
all,
want to
man.
add? Yeah.
No, just that, like, I also think, even though you alluded to Divine Diablo, Jake, and like the reality of the linebacker group, but the Falcons did just enough that they can tinker with where they want Galen Walker to play, right? Like they have options on the edge, they have options at linebacker, so that they can move him around a little bit, see what they want to do with him. And given that you can also do a little bit of that with Caden Ellis and maybe even with Diablo, it makes this defense kind of interesting, right? And so in year one, as you're getting Walker up to speed, I think that could be a lot of fun to kind of figure out exactly what you want to do with him. But I do think the talent is there, where it's just kind of a matter of figuring out exactly how you want to use him. And once you do, it's off to the races for him. I think he's that kind of talent.
Yeah, and I mean, you lose a guy like Grady Jarrett, somebody who means so much to that defense, and you plug somebody in who's going to fill that type of role, who's going to be that alpha dog that you need in the middle. I think that's also equally as important.
Underrated thing, yeah, because like for a long time, Jarrett was arguably like the only defensive leader there, right? Until I say Bates fills that role somewhat too, but it is something you need. So it's a big piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I like. It's hard to be mad about this. Like it's a very different experience than last year, right? Where it felt like we were immediately like put on like just blast by the team, just like, oh yeah, by the way, here you go. Here you go, guys. Yeah, you deal with this. But I think this is a much more acceptable pick, and obviously we'll have to see. Like time will tell if it's the right pick or not, and I wonder if we'll see Mike Green tumble out of the first round. At this point, given what Jeremiah posted and all that stuff, but even if. Like, I don't know if that says anything about Green or not, because, I think Walker was probably ahead of Green on their board no matter what, right? But, yeah.
Like I said, I didn't envision any world where Walker was going to be there at 15.
No, like maybe Michael Williams. Like, no, I did not.
Yeah, Michael Williams, sure. Yeah, absolutely. But it's like, I didn't even consider Walker, like, in our lead up in our shows before, where it's like, all right, realistic scenarios. I was talking to Mike Green. We were mentioning Malachi Stark, some of those guys, but it's like, I was like, all right, Walker's top 10. Like, he's not, I was looking at it like Jalen Walker's not going to be there the same way Abdul Carter's not going to be there at 15. Like, you can say the name and like all that, but yeah, this is shocking. Like, it's insane that this team, let everyone else galaxy brain it, and then they came away with the reward out of that. That's what the good teams do. That's what the Ravens have been doing forever. That's what the Eagles have been doing forever.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice for the Falcons to benefit from that for once. We've seen, I think, year after year that they're like, we could look at like, oh, these are the best available guys based on a consensus board. And the consensus board isn't perfect, obviously. Like, it's not necessarily going to line up with every NFL team's board, but I think it's a good estimate. And shout out to Arif Hassan for putting that out. That's a lot of work, a lot of boards to combine, but the Falcons typically haven't followed that board. They've been one of the teams that's been more or less like the worst at following consensus, and that can be good sometimes. It can also be bad, and you're not getting great value and all that stuff, as we see the Bengals go with Shamar Stewart here, another guy that was possibly in consideration at 15.
What does that say about Trey Hendrickson?
Hopefully he's coming to ATL. We can fire up those conversations now.
Shamar Stewart, very talented, not the type of guy we need, because he is if he doesn't work out, it's going to be because he's looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane type,
Yeah.
That's something that I don't think would fit really well in Atlanta. I don't know, maybe somewhere else can get it out of him, but as history would tell you over the past decade, it ain't going to be here.
Yeah. We got Adrian Russ with the $2, says, we finally got an edge. Let's go. It took forever to pick. I swear to God, we were going to go get Shadur or some stupid-ass pick. Rise up. Yes, Adrian, we don't have to deal with that. The Falcons don't go for Shadur here. So you can put that to bed. Yeah. No, it's an exciting pick. I like it. I think it's a good fit. It's a good value objectively, and it certainly is a need, and I'm curious to see how they deploy him. They obviously have some kind of plan for him. I mean, I think they had him in for multiple visits. I think they had, multiple contacts with him. It makes perfect sense, right? I mean, the Jets just had Hassan Reddick. Now, he never played for them, but they wanted him, right? So, that maybe this is a Hassan Reddick that Jeff Ulbrich will actually get to use. So I'm just remembering that. I was like, wait, the Jets did have Hassan Reddick.
Hey, well, thank you, boys, for having me as always. Love you guys. I may pop in tomorrow. I'm unsure on that so far, but
Sure.
Let's keep the good vibes rolling. That's all I got to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for popping in.
You
Yeah,
boys have
Mike
a
Green
good one.
tomorrow. Yeah,
Mike Green
have a good
tomorrow.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good night, Jake. Thank you. Yep. Always good to check in with Jake. He's over there at Sports Talk ATL. Give those guys a follow as well, folks. Yeah, so if we could just sit back and relax now. The Falcons have aced it, right?
What a feeling.
Wow. We don't have to spend the next hour angrily debating the pick, and it's crazy how that turns out. So
man, I remember last year, man, we were furious this time last year. Oh man, we were mad. I remember the next morning I woke up and I went to the gym at 6:30, just fueled by straight anger. I didn't even need any music at the gym. I was just pissed off, just lifting weights at 6:30, 7 a.m. before the sun even rose.
Yeah. You were feeling good. Yeah. Yeah. You could wake up tomorrow, don't have to go argue with 25,000 people on the internet. You could just, go out there, look down upon a grateful universe, Thanos style. So,
man, thank God we're not making headlines this year. I mean, headlines for one reason.
Yeah, it would be less than ideal, to be. I think we need to move into the shadows a little bit. We need to work more in the shadows before we go back into the headlines, and to kind of work our way up. That's yeah.
There's a Gray Zabel.
Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. Probably the most chalky pick of the whole after pick 15-ish. Gray Zabel going to the Seahawks. I know everyone was like, "Oh, Zabel ain't gonna go." The Seahawks don't take interior offensive linemen. They'll never do that. Well, take that, haters. I don't know if anybody was actually hating on that. I just imagined someone was, but yeah. So we're moving right along here. We got, let's see, Bucks up now at pick 19, top of the board per PFF's board. We got Malachi Starks still there. Too early to start talking about Falcons trading up for Malachi Starks.
Yeah, let's just
might have to hold off on that a little bit. Yeah. Once we hit pick 20, I'm going to start the giveaway, guys. So if you, just in case you weren't aware of that, all you have to do to join the giveaway, there's going to be a chat prompt that you type in to join. All you need to do is subscribe to the channel and join the Discord server so we can communicate with you. And be ready to tell me your Discord name so that I can, communicate with you. But yeah.
and now, obviously Jalen Walker, great. We're all incredibly satisfied, very happy, everything like that. But now we move toward who's going to be there in the second round. So that's the next exciting thing of we're now going to see the guys who are falling, and now we start thinking, all right, who could be there for the Falcons with that second pick? Maybe we'll extract some nice value with another nice defensive player there as well.
Yeah, there could be a number of guys. I do think they're going to try to trade down from that 46th pick, so that could potentially throw a wrench into things. But I do think the second and the day 2 and 3, or excuse me, day 2 is just really deep. Like there's just a ton of guys that I think are really good, in that range, right? That I think it's like if you could go from like 46 to like 56, maybe pick up a third. But if you can't get a third, maybe you get a fourth, maybe you get a sixth, like get a couple more picks to sort of flesh out this class. And I think you're cooking at that point. Wizard asks, how tall are you, Kevin? I am like 5'11" and 7/8. But what I say that's what I'm saying. Like if a prospect is 7/8, I give him the inch. I give him the full. So I give myself 6 feet. But, that's up to you. If you want to be a hater and drop yourself with that, you can. But for me, if you get 7/8, I give you the inch. So for me, I'm giving myself the 6 foot.
You're 5'11", just round up. No man is ever 5'11".
No, it's either 5'10" or 6 foot. There's no 5'11". That doesn't exist. So, yeah, I used to be over 6 foot. I think I've shrunken like slightly. I used to be like 6 2/8 or 6 1/4 or whatever when I was in like high school. And then. I don't know. Maybe it's just the doctor's incompetent. I don't know. Maybe their scales. Maybe somebody's scale was wrong. I don't know.
Maybe when you're in your 70s and, hopefully Falcons will have won a title by then at least once.
Yeah.
When you're in your that's when I think you start to like shrink. But yeah, it's. Yeah. Give yourself 6 feet.
I'll give it to me. Yeah. Like when I lived in Florida, my Florida doctor measured me at like 6 foot and a quarter. And when I moved to New York, it was 5'11" and 7/8. So like I wanted to give you the most accurate, like, but maybe this is like a combine thing, where they're measuring wrong and they took off, my 6 foot. So I don't know. Shadow Falcon says my spine compressed. You mean maybe just my like whole soul was compressed by the Falcons of the last 8 years, and that's what did it to me. But not sure. We got Moonstar with the $5. What's up, Moonstar? Shout out our other super mod here. He says, double dog up, maybe Jared Wilson in the second. I mean, yeah, I'm down, especially after a trade back. And then Ian McCluskey with the 5. Thanks again, Ian. He says, that Mike Green fall to the second round now might be legit. Could the Falcons double dip at edge if he's there at 46 somehow? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't – they did it last year, right? They double dipped on tackle, right? So, I mean –
Mike Green in the second round,
Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah.
Ooh, if he does that, I'll –
Gonna write him a letter, an apology letter? Yeah.
No, well, I'll consider it.
I wasn't familiar with your game, Terry.
Yeah, so at that point, I'll be like, you know what? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Falcons dropping a UGA kid. The Berlin Wall of football has fallen.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. The other thing, we just filled the dog quota.
We did. We hit the dog quota with the first pick
on day one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's the real victory tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Got a dog.
That's really what the people care about. So, yeah, I see Jake's out here posting, clips of Jalen Walker whooping Kelvin Banks. So.
Yeah, bro, he destroyed. He had 3 sacks that game. It's. That
was like most of his production.
Low key.
Good thing. Good thing.
Yeah, like they just teed off on him.
Yeah. Look at that wide 9 too. I like that. Yes. That's the widest 9. He's like outside, just so far out there. I love it.
He's pretty much lining up with the coaches.
Yeah. He's going to come in from the sideline, going heat-seeking missile.
I think the Patriots blocked a kick like that. No?
I think so. Yeah.
Like this past season where they just had someone line up all the way over there and just like ran in. And I forget who it was against, but they like just could not they didn't know how to deal with it. It was very creative.
Yeah. Shout out to Ed with the £2 donation from Jolly London. Well, I don't know if you live in London, probably somewhere in the UK. But shout out. He says Jalen Walker was worth staying up for. Thank you, Ed, for joining us from the UK. Appreciate you. We were gonna get our UK correspondent, Falcons Andy, to come on, but he's apparently in Iceland. So, I was like, okay, I guess if you're in Iceland, then you can skip the show. But don't let it happen again, Andy. But yeah, love Andy. Love our UK fans. And we got a pick coming in here for the Bucks. Looks like it is London. Okay, yeah. There are more cities in the UK that aren't London, guys. Just saying.
Mecca Egbuka.
Wow, Bucks take a Buka. Okay. Just destroy my Jalen McMillan fantasy value. Okay, cool. Great job. That's interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah, McMillan. They brought back Godwin.
Yep.
Still have Mike Evans. Jalen McMillan looked good last year. It's like,
I mean,
okay.
it's like, how many damn receivers do you need? Like, like at this point, it's like you're just now you're benching your 3rd round pick for Igbuka. I mean, I guess it's like, but it's like you're drafting like injury insurance for Godwin and
in the 1st round though.
in the 1st round, like,
come on.
It's a little rich. I mean, I like Igbuka. Like, I'm not against Igbuka at all. I just think it's kind of like they needed like defense. Like their secondary is not in great shape. And they need an edge rusher too. And there's a lot of edge rushers left. So I'm kind of surprised, but I mean, Igbuka's a good player. So I mean, yeah, there's a chance they could trade Godwin or one of these guys, but it would have been easier to do that, probably before paying him a giant contract that they're going to have to pay out all the signing bonus on if they trade him. So that seems unlikely now. But, yeah, I mean, maybe they think Mike Evans is done soon. I mean, I haven't gotten that vibe, but who knows? I mean, obviously, them having, like, just great wide receivers is kind of, like, core to their identity. But, yeah, it's a very forward-thinking pick. I don't know how much it helps them, like, this year, but maybe they don't care that much about that. I don't know.
I mean, that would be a boon to the Falcons if they didn't care that much about this year. Because,
right.
man, like, they've won this division, 4 straight years now?
Yeah. So, we'll see. Yeah. I think, obviously, Igbuka's a good pick. I think he's kind of underrated, personally. So, we'll see if that works out for him. But definitely a situation where it's like, I think you could clearly argue there was a lot bigger needs for the Bucs. It's not something I ever saw like, Sycamore talk about. And I think he's fairly plugged in. I think Daniel Jeremiah had them going Matthew Golden at 19. So it seemed like there maybe was some buzz building that they were going to take a receiver, but pretty interesting stuff. That one's a little bit of a shocker. Always like to get those surprise picks. It's more fun.
Two wide receivers entering the NFC South tonight.
That's right.
Yeah, McMillan and now Igbuka. So it's okay. Falcons already have a decent wide receiver core. So yeah, it's make of that what you will. But I will say, as much as we can talk about, oh yeah, like the Bucs need this, Bucs need that on defense. I would not really trust the Falcons secondary as currently constructed to keep up with the horses that the Bucs have among that wide receiver core at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna have to do something, right? I do think like adding to the secondary is something they're gonna do. But like I said about the Will Johnson pick, it's like I just didn't really get it with Mike Hughes. I mean, like you just gave Mike Hughes a 3-year deal. Like if you're planning or thinking that you might take a corner early, I don't know why you'd give Mike Hughes a 3-year deal. So I still think a corner is very possible, like on day 2, especially if they can get some extra picks. But we'll see. We got Corey with the $5. Says in my last mock I did before the draft, took Walker at 15. Xavier Watts at 46. Love that pick. And then Smail Mondon at 118, the linebacker from Georgia. 2 Bulldogs, Corey. No, we've already got 1 dog. Okay, we can't adding any more dogs.
Get with the times.
Yeah, we're going all dogs. It's going to be Jared Wilson at 46, Smail Mondon at 118, Nazir Stackhouse, and the other guy, Arian Smith, in the 7th round.
Yeah, and you know what? Then we're signing Stetson Bennett.
And then Bennett's coming in. Yep. That's just what it's a school of winners, Adnan.
Fans want. Hey, you're talking about a national championship winning team. I don't see any hardware at Flowery Branch.
That's right. It's all in Athens, so
Yeah.
No
look,
hardware, flowery branch. Yeah.
look who just won the Super Bowl.
Yep. Yep.
We got a bunch of dogs who just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they attack the rest of this draft. I do think this. I don't really know like how they actually slot him. Like, did they actually slot him as like one of their edge rushers or more of a linebacker? They announced him as a linebacker, so I have to think he's more listed as like part of the linebacker room, even though he's kind of a hybrid player. So that, I mean, to me that means like kind of I think the book is like totally open. Like they could go for a pure edge rusher still, and in fact maybe that's still likely.
Yeah.
They could go for
the thing
whatever.
Is Walker is so versatile to the point where, yeah, to your point, like you're not pigeonholed now. And I mean, either way, like would anyone really have been upset if the Falcons went with 2 edge rushers back to back this year? Like it's you need you need everything on defense. But yeah, like Walker is going to be moved around. I think this is one of those picks. Oh, they're just showing Deion Sanders. This is one of those picks where you're really going to see how creative the defensive coaches can be with him, because like he is going to thrive. Walker's going to thrive on creativity. I think it would be a mistake to just slot him, at just, all right, you're going on the edge and you're going to be here and you're just going to pin your ears back and go after the passer every single time. That's not him. Like, I don't think he has the size for that. I don't think he has the frame for that. I think that's going to do him a disservice. But I will say as much as I didn't really like the Jeff Ulbrich hire, like it did say, like it did indicate that Raheem Morris was, bringing in his friends, was, retreads, all that stuff. I will say I do trust Jeff Ulbrich here to
more than Jimmy Lake. That's for damn sure.
Oh yeah, dude, for sure. But I definitely trust Ulbrich to make the most of this Walker pick and to try and maximize him as much as possible. Because yeah, if it was Jimmy Lake, then it would be like, okay, like he's just gonna he's not gonna put him in the best position to succeed.
Yeah, I agree. So I do think, like, I do have more faith in this coaching staff. Like Jeff Ulbrich, Nate Ollie, I like these guys a lot more than Jimmy Lake and Jay Rogers, who was fired for being a bad defensive line coach previously. So, all right, hold on.
Oh, there's Jahdae Barron. Man, Jahdae Barron and Pat Surtain.
Wow. What a duo. Yeah.
Goodness, the Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That could be the best cornerback tandem in the league in 2 or 3 years. I really like Jahdae Barron. Like,
yeah.
Had they taken Barron at 15, I would have been like, yeah, like, this is a very fine pick.
Mm-hmm.
But man, like that is, thank God they're in the AFC, and thank God the Falcons don't have to face those guys for about 4 years. They got embarrassed enough in Denver this past year.
Yeah. No, didn't have to do that. So, all right. So I did just fire off the giveaway start. If you guys want to enter, make sure you type !enter like it says in the chat there. And we will run that, through the end, and we'll do the giveaway right around the time the draft is wrapping up. Again, all you need to do to enter is just be subscribed and then join the Discord server, which a link to that is in the show description, so we can give you your code if you win. And yes, I can see the people that are typing that. I can see your names popping up. So great stuff. So we'll keep running that. But yeah, you only have to type it once. You can only get 1 entry per person. But we will keep running that throughout the night. Welcome back, Bryce. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How about y'all?
Good. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm assuming reaction was happy. I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean, I'm apparently the biggest Jalen Walker hater. Like I don't hate Jalen Walker, but everyone else here is like extremely happy. I'm like decently happy, So I'm curious, where do you land? It sounds like you're a big fan as well.
Yeah, I'm happy about the move. I think for what they would like to do, I think he fits that. I feel like you definitely could probably see some stuff with him. I feel like you could do some stuff with him and Caden Ellis for sure. Not, I want to say the exact type of linebacker, but, athletic, can kind of move around, do some different things. Obviously, Walker can kind of play different spots on the defensive line, and then maybe some, double mug, A-gap stuff. Just kind of whatever Jeff really comes up in his head when it comes to Walker. I think that's what they wanted, is versatility. Where I feel like, people maybe, for example, Mikal, they were like, oh, well, if we got him, well, he's more of an anchor on the defense to me. Where I feel like Walker is more of, all right, you can kind of put him somewhere, let him go to work and see how that looks. So I'm happy with the move. I feel like from everything I've seen, everybody is genuinely happy with the move. This is the most united I've seen this fan base in a while, taking draft picks. So I guess that has to be a step in the right direction, I guess. That we're not all, half of us are conflicted and half of us are happy. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly nice to have a pick that, like, I think everyone's at least, like, okay with at worst, right? Like, I mean, I'm better than okay with it, but, like, it's like, oh, yeah, like, I get it. I think it's objectively good value on the board. I think, there's certainly a path for him to be a very impactful player. So I don't have a problem with it. And there's also a ton of people that love it, so it's just nice to have that, as opposed to last year where it was like, I feel like we were in shock for like 30 minutes after that pick went out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, think about if you're you're a scout and you're in the draft room and you have, it's like you really got to nail out, okay, who do we if we had everybody on the board, who do we take type thing. And I think this is kind of how they that's how they have to view it. And that's why sometimes I think when we get into this, everybody now has all 22 film, all that stuff. Everybody makes these judgments on what they feel about the player. But at the end of the day, it's like, at the end of the day, if he work, he work. If he work, everybody gonna be happy. Problem is, if you don't work and you're on the side that said it wasn't gonna work, now you're like, all right, my narrative can be pushed. And so, at the end of the day, like I said, if it works, then I think everybody's gonna be happy. I think obviously I'm curious to see what happens day 2 and who they take in the second unless they trade down. And see how they follow up from here. So
yeah, we just got another pick here as well, and I agree with your take there. We got, in case people didn't hear, Jahdae Barron went to the Broncos at 20, and then we got Derek Harmon here to the Steelers at 21. So no Shadur Sanders.
Shadur out of the first round, confirmed.
Confirmed.
The Steelers were never going to go quarterback over a defensive player.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it might be a running back just because Arthur Smith, but
No, that man, that's hey man, I respect that franchise has an identity. That franchise has an identity and they stick to it.
Yeah.
Also, I will not lie, if next year Raheem Morris is out of here and if the Steelers are for some reason stupid enough to move on from Mike Tomlin, that is the first name. I want blank to be in front of Tomlin's house like day one, like before he's even officially fired.
I like Tomlin. He's a good coach. He needs like an offensive person with him because it's pretty clear that he just kind of doesn't really know what to do there. But I mean, obviously he's a good coach. So, most coaches aren't capable of doing like everything at once. So,
yeah. And not Arthur Smith either, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely not Arthur Smith. Yeah, he doesn't seem to know offense that well either. But I think he understands offense very well. He just doesn't think quarterbacks are important, which I don't know how those two things like exist simultaneously, but somehow he makes it work. I can't explain it, but
yeah, I froze, and I guess I now no longer have a camera.
Your camera's quit. It's like, nope, we're done. We're done with this.
Okay then.
Yep. All right. Cool. Yeah. Well,
were you shocked by any of the other who's pick? Saints pick, Panthers pick, Bucks pick? Anybody shock you from the division with their picks?
Probably the Bucks pick, I think, was the most surprising. Yeah. Would you agree with that? I mean, I heard they were interested in a receiver, but I was just like, really? Like, McMillan was really good down.
Godwin, McMillan.
Yeah. McMillan was good down the stretch. So it's like, I mean, like, yeah.
No
like
weapons for Baker? They think Baker's cooking again?
Are we going 4 wide? I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, how many of these guys can play? Like, I mean, who's going to the bench? It's like either you bench your third round pick or you. I mean, maybe they're really like, oh no, like Chris Godwin's not coming back healthy. Like, so we made a mistake.
Beginning of the year, and then kind of like, stuff don't work out. I mean, I guess you have his replacement ready, and then Mike Evans is also getting older, so kind of preparing a little bit for the future.
I get that angle. It's just like I thought they were like you can like still win the NFC South for a few years, so I figured they'd go after their needs. Like they need an edge rusher like really bad. I mean, they need an edge rusher as bad as the Falcons too.
Yep.
It's corner. Yeah, it's just I'm surprised that they were so aggressive for this. Surprised they were so aggressive for another wide receiver, but I mean, clearly they know that their engine is the offense, so I guess that's something. But I don't know. I feel like the wheels are going to fall off Baker Mayfield at some point.
You waiting for the Baker fall off?
Eventually, it's going to happen. It always does, but it seems like it's not going to happen every other year like it used to. So we may just have
it's just like I said, last year the offense was just so funny because it's either they're dropping 45 on your head or they're dropping like 12.
Yeah. It was up and down. That's for sure. That's more typical. More typical Baker Mayfield play. But that's the thing with Baker. You live by the sword, you die by the sword with Baker. He's either gonna get you 350 and 4 tutties or throw some picks. He's gonna run around and he's gonna do stuff. And I mean, credit to him. Like he's definitely become a much better starter. Like after kind of having some down years. The Browns were obviously very dumb to move on, but.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I'm not doing it again. Last year I was predicting the fall off. I was predicting, the Bucks aren't going to be as good as they were, and then they ended up winning the division again. Like,
I mean, you also got to give credit to Liam Cohen. I think.
Yeah.
We just assumed he wasn't going to change anything, and he ended up being really good.
Cohen was good, but like for Baker as well to go from one OC to another and to still keep that production up. It's a testament to him as well, and I'm over here like it's kind of hate that the Bucks just like got him off the scrap heap, and he just ended up being, as good as he's been. Meanwhile, the Falcons made a colossal mistake with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like it could be good at first. I mean, not the first game, but week 2 comes out, beats the Eagles. It's like the best game. The best game of the whole year. He comes out.
It's funny. I was thinking about this earlier in terms of both Hawks and Falcons seasons. Both seasons were basically derailed by an injury. Kurt, arm gets cooked, over. Jalen's shoulder get cooked, over. So it's almost like, when they're healthy, we're good, guys. And then reality sits in and injuries happen. Now it's like, wow, maybe we do suck.
Oh, man, we suck again. No, No, I do think like the Bucks got insanely lucky going from their head coach or their guy to Liam Cohen and not having a fall off. That's rare. It's very rare. It's not going to happen again. Like now you're going from your number 2 guy to your number 3 guy and like, oh yeah, it's going to keep working. I like as much as it's like, the Bucks did it last year. They'll do. It's not going to work again. Like this offensive coordinator is not going to be as good. Like it's just you're not going to strike gold 3 times in a row. An offensive coordinator, it's just almost impossible to do. That doesn't mean they're going to be bad. I just don't think they're going to be this crazy offense again. So maybe that's part of the pick is like, okay, if we're not going to have that coordination advantage that we had, maybe we need more talent, and maybe we're going to go 4 wide or. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to make all those guys play together, but maybe they'll trade someone. It's going to be really hard to trade Godwin considering they just gave him a huge contract. So,
and he's doing off that injury.
Yeah. So the Godwin re-signing, I think, was pure nostalgia. Like they're like, oh yeah, he's our guy. We're going to keep him. I think that was probably a mistake. So it doesn't seem like he can stay healthy anymore. I love Chris Godwin. Like personally, like I think he's a great player. But like this pick just kind of proves it. Like if you were willing to dump a 1st-round pick into wide receiver, why the hell did you give a giant contract to Chris Godwin? Like I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like you're not playing 4 wide, so like you're drafting your 1st-round pick to supplant your 3rd-round pick. Okay. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to me, but they're the current division champions, so I guess we have to be deferential to their wisdom.
I mean, technically, they would. How many what years in a row? Has it been 3 now?
Several, yeah.
So I guess everything they doing is right. I guess technically,
yeah.
Good enough in the NFC South.
Yeah, good enough. Yeah, that's all you need. You don't have to be great in the NFC South, just good enough. Well, the Chargers taking this pick down to the literal wire here.
No pick. They said we're not making a pick.
No, we're protesting. Pick it.
1 second left on the clock.
And then it just popped to lost in 2025. I was like, oh, they lost the pick. Okay. Pick forfeited. Moving on. Yeah. Oh man. All right. I am curious who because I think the Chargers would have liked to get Ibuka. But yeah, they don't get that now. Obviously the tight ends are off the board. I'm curious who they're going to go. Because I would have had them, probably Will Johnson, right? I mean, because I would have had them going Grant, too, with the Michigan connection, but...
I keep hearing those medicals are dropping Will.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Medicals. They got Joe Alt last year. You know that Jim Harbaugh loves the trenches.
Yep.
But yeah, Will Johnson was recruited by Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have a ton of picks left, but maybe there's a world where either Campbell, Green, maybe probably not Starks. Probably not Starks. You probably might have Campbell, Green, and Johnson.
Starks? You're saying Starks is going to fall to 46? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's why I said. I was like, no, not Starks.
Can I quote you on that?
Hey, back
the Falcons could have some really good players that we thought were maybe first round picks. Maybe could drop to them in the second.
Yeah.
Nobody's taken Emin Wari yet.
Nope. From what I heard, Emin Wari's not as high as people thought. I still think he's going to be a second round pick more than likely, but there was a brief moment after the combine where he posted that 10 RAS and all that he was like, oh, he's like a top 20 pick. But yeah, I think people have kind of gone back to the tape and been
they said his actual instincts and skills are not
they're not
great.
Perfect 10.
He said South Carolina they didn't really use them in a way that's just like a Malachi was used and things like that. He's just super athletic. So maybe a guy with a lot of talent, maybe you can mold into a certain type of player, but
Marion Hampton, the second running back.
Dave's namesake in the Falcoholic Discord, Omarion. Man.
Gotta drop the icebox track.
Yeah, Omarion Hampton here. There was a lot of buzz that we were going to get at least 2 running backs in the first round. After the Broncos didn't take him, I was like, oh, maybe we won't. But nope, we do get Omarion here.
Maybe working on a trade for Tyler Algier.
They've ruined my plans. That was my plan all along, and they've soiled it, unfortunately. But
soiled it.
Yep, exactly. This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Hampton's a hell of a running back.
He's good.
Yeah,
it's a good running back class.
Put him in the backfield with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
They got Joe Alt last year. Chargers could be cooking something a little bit.
Yeah, I like it. No, I like that pick. This would be a perfect draft to have some 6th rounders or a 5th rounder or something to throw at an extra running back just to, help to upgrade Jace McClellan, who, no offense to Jace
1 year. It's only been 1 year. Let's give him a second. Let him grow.
I don't even know what they saw in Jace McClellan to begin with.
You saw what he did at Alabama as RB1.
Yeah, he went to Alabama, so there's that. Yeah.
They took Zion Logan, cut him before camp even ended.
Yeah. Hey, in Terry we trust, right? So
no.
That was one of our dogs. They unceremoniously dumped our dog, Zion Logue. So
hey, look, between you and me, we'll bring it up every single year. You know where I'm going with this. Jamari Salyer.
Oh God.
Chargers.
Yep.
And Justin Schaefer. I still to this day think that he got those two confused. And when we took Schaefer in the 6th round, the pick was actually supposed to be Salyer, but Terry Fontenot got the names confused. Because Salyer was a starter.
Yes,
Salyer was the guy who played in college.
Yeah, that is an actual theory that people have. That may have actual legs. I'm not sure, obviously, because Terry hasn't told me and probably never will. Probably will go to his grave. It's also possible it wasn't Terry, that they told someone a name and it was written down incorrectly. You know, this stuff does happen from time to time.
It's worse because Salyer ended up being a really good tackle. Like, he's a really good tackle over in LA. But it's like, what would be worse, that or them actually thinking that Schaefer was a better prospect than Salyer?
Definitely the second one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely the second one. I'd rather they just made a mistake and came clean, you know. But yeah, I mean, they'll never admit it. Never admit it, guys. Don't do it. There's nothing to be gained from that. But yeah. You got the Packers here at 23. This is a Stark spot for me. But I think they would love Starks. I think Jahad Campbell makes a lot of sense for them. Will Johnson, yeah. We'll see. See if we get some more dogs off the board here.
Oh yeah, it is the Pack. It is in Green Bay. Everyone's really excited right now.
I bet, yeah. Four minutes left on this Packers pick. Yeah.
Got the Go Pack Go chants going over there right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody asked me how much would it cost for the Falcons to get back into the 20s?
Probably a pick this year to pick next year.
Well,
your second, and then
no one's gonna do it because it's gonna be first. It's gonna be future picks. Like, if the Falcons had a third, they might be able to pull it off, but they don't. So there's not really any way I think anyone's going to consider it without a third this year. So
yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think we're moving up at any point in this draft.
No, they shouldn't. You know,
nor should they.
But that doesn't mean they won't. But I did say they'd make a trade. You know, so yeah, we shall see. I feel like they really slowed these picks down. I feel like we were rolling there in the teens.
Yeah, you know why? Because they did start a little early. We were rolling. I'm pretty sure the NFL was like, all right, guys, or the TV networks were like, all right, guys, we got to go until at least midnight.
Yeah, we got to make the Falcoholic Live's live streaming. We got to make sure that live stream hits at least 4.5 hours.
Between you and me, if you wanted to end the stream right now,
I wouldn't argue with you. You know,
I'll go watch the Clippers Nuggets game.
Do we think, based on what's happened so far, that increases the likelihood of Kirk maybe getting traded tomorrow or soon? Just because.
I mean, yeah, the Steelers came away with no quarterback. You know, the Browns still need a quarterback. All the teams sort of in play for him are still, in need of a quarterback. I am still curious of seeing where Shador goes.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it's marginally higher now than it was at the start of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. I could see it. I mean, I still don't think it's going to happen during the draft because I think teams are waiting till June 1st so that the Falcons can pay more of the contract. I think that's the biggest hang up. And that might be reflected in teams not spending big on quarterback because they're like, okay, well, we can wait. We can wait and if we miss on somebody, we'll just get Kirk. It's fine. But yeah, it's I think it's probably not going to happen over the course of the draft. I mean, it always could, obviously, but seems less it's not any more or less likely to me, I guess, based on the events of tonight, just because I personally think it's going to be a June 1st thing.
We did mention Will Johnson.
Yep.
Schefter tweeted out that he has knee issues that have concerned some NFL teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Falcons go Will Johnson and live with the knee issues.
We're going. Yeah, that's how we roll. We roll. Yeah.
Also, apparently, the Giants maybe try to get back into the first round. Shador?
Probably.
Jackson Dart, buddy. Yeah.
It's so crazy because I remember watching Jackson Dart his first year at Ole Miss starting, and he could not throw the football at all. It is crazy how now all of a sudden he may be the second best quarterback in his draft to some people.
Yeah.
And I don't even feel like even though he's improved, I don't feel like he did anything to be like, whoa, he's just this elite thrower of the football now.
Okay, how much of that improvement was Lane Kiffin's one read system? Like you like Lane Kiffin's a really good offensive mind. He's going to make things really easy for his quarterback. And I mean, the thing about Jackson Dart is like his play got a lot worse against the really good teams. And now in the NFL, every team is a really good team. Like you're not going to be able to feast on those cupcakes the way that you could in college.
Yeah.
That's why I really wanted him to go to the Saints at 9. I'm not a Jackson Dart believer at all.
No, me neither. I mean, he's fine. Like, I think he's a fine second-round quarterback prospect. But yeah, I think people expecting him to be a first-round talent, like or drafting him like that. But yeah, all right, we're getting the Packers pick. Apparently, they were trying to trade this. Seems like a theme. A lot of teams trying to trade these picks.
Assets, picks.
Yeah, nobody wants to trade up though. That's the problem. So.
Okay, here we go. Finally, Mark Murphy, the Packers president and CEO, here to announce the pick. I guess he's the biggest dog in Green Bay, no? Like, because they don't technically have an owner.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess maybe if anyone ever wants to replace him, it'll be the shareholders, but the shareholders are the fans, so I don't know how that would work.
That's a good question. Yeah, I feel like they have a board that makes all their decisions, right, or something. So it's not really the fans, you know. It's like some board of directors, some shadowy figures. Yeah.
Do we want the NFL draft to come to Atlanta?
Yeah, I'll go if the NFL draft comes to Atlanta.
Where would we put it? Is the question. Where would be the best place?
What, Staples?
Centennial Olympic Park out there.
Maybe they put it in. Maybe they put it in the Benz. I don't know.
I feel like they put it somewhere in Midtown. I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just because it does feel like a Midtown type of event.
Bring it out here to Gwinnett.
Yeah,
I'm there, Gwinnett.
I'm saying it here first, folks. If the draft is in Atlanta, we're doing this draft party from Atlanta. We're gonna make it happen. So
that'll be fun.
We're doing it. So we're gonna make that happen.
But I might stay inside when the World Cup comes.
Yeah,
there's gonna be 8 games in Atlanta for the World Cup.
It's gonna be wild.
Second most.
Yeah,
I said I'm just interested to see what countries get picked here. What countries are gonna come because their fans are gonna come.
I'm trying to get some tickets for the World Cup. There's going to be a semifinal game here. Oh, there's Matthew Golden.
Oh boy, my friend who's a Packers fan is probably pissed. He's like, no, I want defense.
Yep. Matthew Golden here to the Green Bay.
Packers. Look, man. The camera's trying its best, but he looks small, even walking.
He is small.
I know he's small, and the camera's trying to go close up on him so that you don't see how small he is. But
yeah. The Vikings are on the clock here. Yeah. I think that was one that I nailed in my mock. I have to go back and look. I honestly don't even remember my mock now. I probably restarted that first round mock 15 times, and I just kept nitpicking it, which I feel like that's a rite of passage for a mock draft. But
wait, is that official, Josh? Is the draft actually coming to Atlanta in 29?
I haven't heard anything, but maybe Josh knows something. Maybe Josh is a secret insider.
I'm saying, yeah. Have they announced it that far out to 2029? The NFL draft is projected to be held in Atlanta, Georgia in 2029. Specifically, FanSided is among the sources that predicted it. All right, FanSided is bullshit.
I'm not sure about that.
He said FanSided.
No, we can't do that. Yeah.
You mean that is a credentialed, respected outlet for sports?
Yeah, so if you wanna read through a bunch of slideshows, that's your place.
Yeah, that does happen. When I worked for them briefly, I was like, this is really just a bunch of slideshows. Next page.
Kevin and I both worked for Fansided before. Like we worked for
Shout out to
Blogging
Blogging
Dirty,
Dirty.
like, back in
Yeah.
the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were there together for a while.
That's
actually.
right. Yeah. You, me, and Eric Robinson. All there
Everybody
at
gets
the
their
same
start at
time.
Fansided. It's just part of the growth.
Yeah,
That's a rite of passage. If you want to make it in this, as a Falcons media person, you have to go through Blogging Dirty. That's just we look for that on your resume. It's like, did you go to Fansided? Okay. Did you survive Fansided? Okay, there you go.
No bias, but like in that era, there were some heavy hitters like working for Blogging Dirty at that time.
Yeah.
You, Eric, Carter,
Mhm.
Brazil, who's also currently at the Falcoholic, and there were like a few others, and they squandered it. They didn't know like what to do with us. But any article we would ever write, it would just
chopped up.
Yeah, it would just be chopped up into slideshows, and it's like, okay, like what are we doing here?
Yeah, I had enough of that. That's for sure. We got Michael Scott with the $5. Thanks, Michael. What's up, man? Says, we got this franchise's next John Abraham tonight. I'm speaking it into existence. I sure hope you're right about that. We could use another John Abraham. I haven't had John Abraham since John Abraham. I haven't really had anyone good since John Abraham. So I'll even take like 90% of John Abraham at this point. So, And
90% of John Abraham, that's an all-pro right there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't even need the full thing. So.
Yeah,
right.
anyone gets 17 sacks in a season, like they're going to be a cult hero in this city. Yeah, Vic Beasley was almost a cult hero in this city until, he wasn't.
He had that one year, so,
Yeah.
Yeah. He had that one year. That's sort of what we're going with here. But, yeah, guys, if you're interested in joining the giveaway, make sure you type !enter in the chat to join. Only 29 entries so far. There's 427 people in here. I mean, I'm not saying you have to enter. It's totally up to you. But, if you want it, you got to enter. You got to subscribe. And you got to join the Discord so we can give you the card. So, I'm just saying. Probably should do it. Just saying. But it's up to you. You don't have to. But, yeah. All right, we're going to get pick 20. They've really slowed this down. Like, this is not like I feel like we were flying there for like the entire teens, and then they're like, no. You gotta slow this shit down.
Someone at ESPN gave Goodell a call.
No, we're done. We're done with this. There's no way we can't. Those Falcoholic Live guys, they got to stay until at least midnight. There's no way we're letting them out this early. So.
Oh, good God! The Grizzlies are beating the Thunder by 24. Didn't see that coming.
Sounds like a lot of points. So
there's a lot of points. Yeah, I did not see that coming at all.
Yeah.
Who knew? Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming the people in Green Bay are having a fun time. Like, what are they missing out on tonight? What else is there to do over there?
Right.
The
yeah.
entire town is out here at this draft party.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are going to get a trade at pick 25. The Giants are trading up with the Texans. So, Shedeur? Jackson Dart? The Giants have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. I mean, I'm guessing it would be for Shedeur because they're probably worried the Browns are going to take him at 33, right?
It's hilarious because the way about Shedeur. It's the way about Shedeur. I feel like it's like, oh my God, Shedeur Sanders is off the board.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, I'm surprised, like, no other quarterbacks have gone. But,
it's a bad quarterback class.
It is. But, yeah.
Like, it's not as bad as the Ritter class, but, like, it's, Cam Ward, I'll give it to you. Cam Ward is nice.
Yeah.
But then, like, after that, it's like, okay, like, Shedeur always had his, like, questions and his, like, flaws. And after that, it's just like, it just completely falls off a cliff.
Yeah. We got the Vikings going with a guard here, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, pick 24.
Okay.
Yeah, he's someone that definitely was starting to run. O-line's going early. I guess we should never be surprised when offensive line goes early, but
Donovan Jackson.
Donovan Jackson, good for them.
Okay, Giants. Let's make the pick quick. You already know what you want to do.
Let's
You
see
made the
Jackson
trade.
dart. We need some something to inject into this.
Yeah, it's getting kind of bogged down. We need like a Rashad Penny for the Seahawks type pick, like
Yeah.
a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texans got 34.99, which is a comp third, and a third rounder in 2026. So that's a nice return. I would take that. Yeah.
Speaking of comp, the Falcons aren't going to have any, right?
No.
Well, I mean, like from this free agency class.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so.
We really fucked that up too, huh?
Yeah. So, yes. I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
Because Dahlman would have given us like a third.
It was going to be maybe a fourth.
But
maybe
it's
a
like,
fourth. Yeah.
Yeah, the way the comp equation goes is if we sign anyone that's even worth a seventh, we'd like lose that fourth rounder.
Yeah. So, it is what it is. But
man, I remember a few years ago us signing Mariota pretty much cost us a fourth round comp pick that we would have gotten for Dante Fowler. And I remember that, and the year before or a few years before then, us signing Fowler cost us the third round comp pick that we would have gotten for Austin Hooper.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just bad at this comp pick like stuff. I remember like after the Mariota thing, I was just begging someone to give big money to Fabian Moreau to just get us enough for a seventh round comp pick, which would have given us a fourth rounder in return. But yeah, didn't happen. It's not happening now either.
Yeah. All right, I've seen the Giants. I had to go find out if the Giants were going to do it. I have seen the Giants pick leaked. So if people want me to spoil the Giants pick, I can, or we can wait, But yeah, it's not the Falcons pick, right? So we'll see. But yes, I have. It is a quarterback. I feel like I can say that because that doesn't really give too much away. But which quarterback?
Yeah.
Which quarterback though? They weren't going to trade up for a non-quarterback. That's ridiculous.
I wouldn't put it past the New York Giants.
I guess they have a lot of competition.
The New York Football Giants. Okay. Yep.
Oh man, if it's Dart, that would be so funny.
Gonna have some good times on this show.
That would be so funny.
Yeah.
Because who they have? They have Winston and who else?
I don't know.
I feel like they signed somebody else.
I feel like they traded away like what's his name? DeVito, right? So they don't even have Tommy Cutlets anymore.
Do we need to get DeVito in here? QB3?
I mean, yeah, DeVito over Easton Stick.
Russell Wilson. They signed Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson. That's right. Oh my God.
They got Wilson.
So they got a lot of competition.
DeVito's also still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they have three. They have three quarterbacks. We'll make it four now.
Yep.
They trade whoever. On the chamber.
Imagine trading all these picks to go up for a quarterback in this class.
Man, the Giants are such a funny franchise.
Did you look up?
No, I didn't look it up. I'm just saying in general, that's such a funny franchise. Like, they're carried to the playoffs by Saquon Barkley's like brilliance, and then they're like, oh, you know what? We made the playoffs. Let's give Daniel Jones $40 million.
What we could do is pay our best player, or we could pay Daniel Jones early.
And then let's let Saquon Barkley go in free agency too,
to pay Daniel Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Tyrone Tracy, very good player, but man, such a funny franchise.
Mm-hmm. Maybe someday they'll announce this pick.
Yeah. Also the chat spoiled the pick, and you know,
We'll wait, out of respect for you people, we will wait to discuss, but
it's
guess
a
we
good
probably-
haul that the Texans got.
yeah, the Texans, I mean, for
Mhm.
sure. Wait, hold on. Some according to my boy Daniel Flick, something spicy might be happening.
Dale Flick on the scene.
Daniel Flick has the scoop here. Apparently, the Falcons have traded up to
No.
pick 26.
Whoa,
No.
hold on. So the night's not over.
Good for Daniel Flick, bro.
But I think Tom Pelissero might have announced it, but
I thought
okay.
that was like
but
him,
still,
like,
I thought that was a Flick scoop for a second, but
Oh,
he did
okay, yeah,
clarify
it
it
is
was
Tom
from Pelissero.
Pelissero.
Still,
Well,
shout out my man Daniel Flick doing the Lord's work over there. But all right, here we go.
Jackson Dart, man. Like, that's such a funny franchise.
At least we don't have to worry about the Falcons taking Jackson Dart. All right, that's
bro,
off the nightmare. Malachi
Shador-
Starks, man, let's fucking go. Malachi
Bro, Shador
Starks.
Sanders is about to, like, oh my goodness, he's about to crash out.
He's gonna crash. It is Jackson Dart to New York.
Yeah, it's so, like, that's.
It has to be Starks for Atlanta, though, right? Like,
What about Mike Green?
I mean, you don't have to convince me, okay?
Mike
Like,
Green. Bro, we went into tonight. I went into today saying, "Oh, if we got Green at 15, I'll be thrilled." Imagine getting Green at 26, and oh my God,
Do we think this is Malachi Starks?
yeah, it's probably Malachi
oh my
Starks.
God,
That
they
would also
traded
be
their
good.
2026 first
man.
rounder to do this. By the way, they traded their 2026 first to move up. So they also got a fourth back from the Rams. But yeah, they traded
This is
their
what you
next
have to
year's
think about.
first.
If they're good,
Wow, why would Blank let Fontenot do that? That is such bad value.
Yeah,
That is such bad in this draft.
right? I mean, Starks objectively to me was like a top 10 type of player, so
I mean,
I mean,
whoever this is, they must really.
they're going all in. Yeah.
because that first rounder next year could. I mean,
That could be good. Is that what you were going to say?
It could be a top 10 pick next
Could
year.
be good.
Honestly, like this
Yeah.
this team is not like. I hate that. I absolutely hate that.
Yeah. I mean,
they-
it depends
yeah.
on who they take, right? Like, I mean, that's crucial. So,
Look, man, I think even if they walk away with Green or Starks here, that's a bit too rich for me.
it's very rich. There's no doubt about that. I mean, there's no doubt about that, but
that sounds like a front office who's like, listen, we can't assume we're going to be bad. We got to assume we're going to be a playoff team and for it.
yeah. I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, I mean, they might not make it, right? So,
Next regime.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're gonna keep our second rounder, so that was shocking. That's shocking, but
They don't keep the second rounder. No, they trade 46 as a part of this
they
deal.
traded 46 and the first.
Well, no, yes, 46, 240. Hey, they got rid of 242. That's good news. And 2026 first. Yeah. So they traded up from 46 to 26 and then sent 242, which is a seventh. Who cares? And then the 2026 first, and they get 101 back. So they get a fourth.
Terrible
So
trade.
that's, at least you get a fourth back, but
That's an awful trade. I'm sorry.
it's definitely not plus
Oh my
value.
God, yeah, that's not to move up. Okay, from 46
Day one,
to
day two.
26.
If you think
Oh.
about day one, day two, you had 2 picks before. You have 2. So,
Bryce, I think you're cutting in and out.
yeah.
The day one. Can we skip next year's draft show on Thursday?
I mean, they're really screwing us next year. That's for sure. They're really screwing my mock drafts. So that's
That's a lot. No, we got a third rounder. I thought it was a fourth.
Oh, 101 might be a third, technically, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a third.
So
yeah.
we do have a pick
Yeah,
tomorrow.
third.
Okay, I'm back in. I support the trade. We have a pick tomorrow. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Yeah.
Well, we almost didn't have a pick tomorrow.
I know.
Can we at least start the show late?
Well, we may not start it. We'll negotiate that. Yeah, we'll negotiate because we're gonna have to go. Do a recap show after this too. So or at least I'm gonna have to. But
Oh my! I hate this trade up. I'm sorry. I hate this trade up. Like this.
it is a third, so that does help a little bit. So you do get.
Okay.
I don't know. It all depends on where their first is, right? So if they make the playoffs and it's a late first,
Well, James
it's probably
Pierce.
good value.
They
James-
double.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
James
did
Pierce
double
Jr.
dip. Yeah,
double
they,
dip on edge.
Yeah, they double
you
dip
go.
on edge. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, look, the pick itself, look, in a vacuum, James Pierce at pick 26 is a very good pick.
Yeah, I think so.
Like James Pierce, we were talking about him at 15. Like, talk about a guy with hell of a speed rush move. He will be a guy which there will inevitably be some Vic Beasley comparisons because of the lack of counters, but that's unfair. He's a little bigger than Beasley. But yeah, it's a first next year is
That's really steep. There's no doubt about that. I love
Real.
James Pierce. Like James Pierce scares the shit out of me, for the record. Like he's a weird edge rusher. He's a weird edge rusher. Is there something
James
going on?
Pierce. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have anything profound to say here. Like,
okay.
I know it made it seem like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, James Pierce is a first and second rounder for you.
Yeah.
You gave a first. He's not a first round. Like he's not your second round pick. That he's a first and a second rounder for you. This is steep. This is.
It's very. It all depends on what next year's first would have been, because if they fuck this up and are in the top 10 again, then it's a huge mistake. Obviously, if they make the playoffs and are in the 20s, it's probably plus value. So it really depends a lot on what that first is. And keep in mind, future picks are not worth as much as current year picks. It's just, you basically take one round off the value. But with a first, the value is so dependent on where it is. So that, it's definitely spicy. There's no way around that. Yeah. That wasn't on my bingo card, but hey.
Multiple first-round picks traded tonight, but involving 2 first-round picks in next year's draft.
All right, well there we go. So that's unexpected. There was definitely a lot of buzz around James Pierce. I thought he was certainly in play for pick 15. Obviously, Jalen Walker falls there. They're like, okay, well, we can't pass on Jalen Walker. But obviously, I think they were maybe going to take James Pierce at 15 if Walker wasn't there. So I think they were like, look, Pierce is still here. I think from what I was hearing, the Commanders really wanted Pierce. The Lions were interested. This was like pre-draft, not like tonight. So they were, obviously trying to get in front of those teams, but yeah, it's aggressive. there's no, but like they needed edge guys. Like, I mean, look,
everybody's been saying we need to get edges. They went and did it. So if
they
you're bad,
did it. Like, so you can't be mad that they went and got edge rushers. I mean, they did. Like,
they said we are going to fix the pass rush some way, somehow. So you're gonna have 4 new pass rush rotation players. Floyd, Trice comes back, Pierce, Walker.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not mad at them double dipping on edge, but this is too much value in my opinion.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of value, and
this is we're going all in. We're going all in.
We're going all in, but man, it kind of it's what I didn't want to happen this offseason. It kind of feels like a Terry Fontenot rolling the dice in trying to save his job. Last time we had that happen, it set this team back 2 years with Dimitrov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bold. I like it. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I just like James Pierce, so maybe that's part of it too, right? I like it. But again, it completely depends. And Malachi Starks goes at 27, maybe. I guess we'll see. I feel like the Ravens would be a perfect spot for him. So,
I mean, the thing is both guys have a ton of upside.
Yeah.
And I think that's also something they're banking on too. It's just the upside with these guys. And, you now have, I guess Floyd's going to be the veteran guy who tries to, help him along and everything like that. And you can't forget about Ikic in this situation too. So, we'll have to see what they do. We'll have to see if it works out. Because like I said, they make the playoffs, and then it's like, all right, well, I think we're good.
Yeah.
But if they don't, now you're probably like, they'll probably get fired. And now everybody's pissed off.
Yeah, but the thing is, you get of course they'll get fired if they don't make the playoffs. But then it's like the next GM is coming in down
We'll
the
have to
first
trade
round.
probably somebody of value to get a first round pick back.
yeah, it's wild. Dave, Dave, you're probably like getting ready, getting tucked in for bed, getting all relaxed, and then they drop this bomb in our laps. How are you doing?
I think that the lesson that we should all learn from this is, as a Falcons fan, don't ask for anything, because eventually your prayers will be answered, but not in the way that you expect. We said they got to improve the pass rush, and they did. Is this what we wanted?
What did it cost you?
I don't know.
Yeah. What did it cost you? Yeah. Everything.
Yeah, I know what they're thinking. They're thinking next year's first round pick, is going to be a late first, and they're going to be good, and this is going to fix a long-term and short-term problem. And if it works out, it'll be kind of like the Julio Jones conversation years later, where it's like what they gave up for him no longer seems significant because he was such a good pick. If it doesn't work out, everybody's out. So.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. Mm-hmm.
What if somehow they were able to pull off, let's say, just in continuing to make over the defense, let's say they were able to maybe pull off like a trade for like a Jalen Ramsey, which hence is why they didn't take a Malachi Starks tonight. Would that make y'all feel better? Would y'all make y'all feel worse?
I'm not upset about them not taking Starks there. I would have, depending on who they picked, I would have been more upset. But, yeah, I think Ramsey's in their plans personally. I think it's going to be post June 1st though. But yeah, the Ravens do take Malachi Starks.
Man,
yeah,
what a pick!
Seems like perfect Raven.
They pair him with Kyle Hamilton over there.
That's nasty. Yep, I like it. Yeah. No, let's go around the horn and get some takes. I like it. I like the boldness. I like James Pierce a lot. Again, he's a weird guy, apparently. Like, he rubbed some teams the wrong way. Infamously showed up to the combine in a hoodie and, like, ran his 40 in a hoodie. And they asked him why he did it. Like, if he had a reason, he was like, I just forgot my, like, speed suit. Like, this is what I had. So he still ran really fast, so it didn't hurt him. It was just funny. He's like, that's just who he is. He's just kind of a weirdo. Like, he's just like, oh, yeah, I just forgot my stuff in the room. And it's like, oh, okay. This is the biggest job interview of your life, but okay, but so apparently he rubs some teams the wrong way with that, but the man has a first step and explosiveness that isn't like good. It's elite. It is like top 5 percentile get off. And he's got moves. He got a lot better against the run this year. I still don't think he's an impact run defender, but he's a passable one now. He's a good pass rusher. I think he could be the best pure pass rusher in this draft if things go well. Now, like the trade up, it all depends on if that first round pick next year is early or late. Because if it's early, there's really no way that this is going to be construed to be a good trade. because you just gave up too much. But if it is a pick in the 20s, I think when you look back at the trade chart, you could see that this is plus value. Like, I mean, especially depending on what Pierce does. Like, if Pierce comes out, has 8 sacks, the Falcons make the playoffs, even like in terms of just raw picks and stuff like that, obviously you could think of it as a good value. But it really depends so much on what happens with their first next year. So in actuality, we probably won't know if this is good or bad value until the season, which kind of makes it exciting, right? A lot of stakes. But yeah, Bryce, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, the thing is, too, what they've done with these 2 picks is the thing about Walker and Pierce is that they both have a ton of upside. And clearly, it reminds me of something Mike Tomlin said about some certain players. He's like, some teams like to stay away from guys who aren't polished. And he thinks that's because guys can't coach, and so I think the Falcons, again, believing in their development and coaching, they can get the most out of these 2 guys. And these guys have very high ceilings to be high-end pass rushers. So if this ended up happening where the Falcons got 2 great bookends, and then you got, Ebiketie still continues to come along, and let's say Trice ends up being a player, you feel like now the pass rush has been solved. They're banking on all these guys are going to improve. All these guys are going to get better. We have guys, I think, that fit more what Jeff wants to do. Obviously, super athletic, can kind of play him in different spots. I think both of these guys running I think Pierce ran a 4.4. I think Jalen Walker almost ran a 4.4, if I'm mistaken. So clearly a lot of speed, and they're banking on that to really pan out for them defensively. And then because they're like, we can disrupt the game up front, we can hold up with guys like Mike Hughes and other things like that, because you can get up a pass rush. It makes everybody look better. But, you're also banking on really young players to get it done. So there's, like I said, there's risk to it, but there's also high reward.
Yeah, it's spicy. No doubt about that. Yeah, Adnan, what do you think about this extremely, extremely spicy first round trade?
They clearly really like Pierce. Like, that's without a doubt. Probably if Walker doesn't fall from 8, probably if Walker goes at 8, the way that a lot of people expected, they would have maybe taken Pierce at 15. They probably would have taken Pierce at 15, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. Like, even so, I'm not a fan of this move. I love the first pick. I'm not a huge fan of this one, just because it reeks a little bit of desperation here from a general manager on the hot seat who's now sort of mortgaging next year. Or it's not a full mortgage, but it's a hell of an expense he's paying right now from next year to try and sort of go all in on saving his job this year. Where, I don't know, just looking at it from an objective standpoint, I'm not a fan of the value of going from 46 to 26, giving up a first rounder, even if you are getting 101. That's a third, but that's basically a fourth. The fourth round is pick 103. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that move right now. But if Pierce is their guy, if Pierce ends up being, a Pro Bowl level double-digit sack type edge rusher, I mean, we'll look at this like, okay, it was worth it. But yeah, I feel like I would have gone to bed tonight just like so happy, satisfied with just pick 15, and we just can never have like a draft where we just go chalk and and we just leave it at that.
Yeah, no chalk. No chalk is allowed here on this program, but yeah, I mean, yeah, Dave, what do you think? It's certainly unexpected, to say the least.
Yeah, I think Pierce being a guy they were linked to throughout this process, and being a guy, as you said, with some potentially elite traits, no matter how weird he is, like if he's that good for them, if like he is that caliber of pass rusher, he can wear 2 hoodies on the field every Sunday, and I'm not going to care. Like, put him over your helmet, whatever, man. Like, give the weirdest post-game interviews you've ever heard in your life. Like, make Tack look like a suburban dad in his 50s. I don't care. Like, if you're that good, great. And they clearly believe that he can be. They were probably thrilled to get Walker at 15, not expecting him to be there, knowing that they still wanted somebody like Pierce. We all remember they tried to trade up for Latu last year, right? After getting Penix. So this is something they've been after. I think that if you trust your coaching staff, as the Falcons do, and you believe in this talent, then this is a price that you're willing to pay, especially because you did get back a surplus pick this year that they'll probably find some use for. Is it a lot to give up? Yes. It's probably, sitting here right now, not knowing how these guys are going to do, it feels like too much.
Yeah.
But if Pierce turns into, a consistent 8 to 10 or more sack guy, and Walker turns out to be an incredibly versatile, useful pass rusher, and these two guys lift the floor on this defense much higher than it's been, and finally give the Falcons, along with Ikic, along with some of the other players they have, like a legitimate, consistent, like even mid-tier pass rush, it's gonna feel worth it. So to me, it's really just a question of whether Pierce is the player they think they're investing in, and if he is, it's 100% worth it. And if he's not, Terry Fontenot is going to be back with the Saints next year. So,
Yeah. It's bold. I mean, it's bold as hell. Like, I mean, it kind of last year was the same way with Penix, right? That worked out for them. I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, the Penix pick did work out. It was also very bold. Now, the Penix and Kirk Cousins thing didn't work out. That was even bolder. But, like, look, and we got a couple super chats that I'll get to here too. Like Ian McCluskey at the $5 says Schultz tweeted the reaction to the Falcons trading a future first. It was simply WTF. Yeah, I get that. I get that reaction immediately. George Costanza with the 2 says we have to win the division, and to beat Tampa Bay, we have to get to Baker. We're addressing the number one need people been bitching about, pass rush. Penix is a top 10 quarterback. We're a deep playoff team, and we could be the team to beat in the NFC South. So, yeah, I mean, look, they knew they needed to address the pass rush, clearly, and they did. So, hey. Adrian Russ with the $2 says, any clue why we didn't get Mike Green? Did you have James Pierce going that high? Glad we're getting Edge, obviously, but thought we'd get Green. I had Pierce as like a top 20 pick. Funny enough, my first mock that I did like in January, I had the Falcons taking James Pierce at 15. Obviously, lots happened since then, but and that first mock is not really predictive. That's just like throwing a dart, so I don't want to take too much credit for that. But it's more like it's an obvious fit. He's a good pass rusher. They need pass rush, right? Green is not on their board. I think we know that, right? So I think we know that now. Green's not on their board. So I feel like it's less surprising that he's not on their board than it would have been if he was, given. But just is what it is. And Solaire with the $5 says, Terry escaped the closet. He's gotten revenge on us by ruining draft takes in 2026. It's okay. Terry's poop in the second round anyway. Hey, there you go. Maybe that's the thing. If we don't pick in the second round, we can't have bad second round picks. I mean, maybe this is genius. This is actually genius. So, but it's really spicy. I like James Pierce a lot, so I'm more okay with it just because I'm happy to get James Pierce. But yeah, it's bold, no doubt about that.
I think it's like with Green, it was like when they kept talking about, their evaluations and the character concerns and the homework they do. I think it was kind of natural to jump to Green because they had been linked to him more recently. He was a player a lot of us were excited about, but now we know they were talking about Pierce the whole time, right? Like they felt good about him. He's like a good weird, not a bad weird at the end of the day. So, and to me, like I've seen a lot of reactions to this, like this is Terry Fontenot trying to save his job. I think this is really more about Raheem Morris, right? Like Morris comes from the Rams. They had a lot of young, impactful players, pass rushers who were really good on long-term deals. And I think that did make an impression on him. Obviously, he didn't have that with the Falcons, so he didn't get that idea from here originally. But I think coming back here and suffering through last year and kind of seeing how things went with the veterans they had assembled, he just wasn't willing to do that again. And I think this is the move, maybe less of a GM who may or may not be here next year, and more of a move for a head coach and coaching staff that are expecting to be here to cultivate these guys and get the most out of them.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is an opportunity for Fontenot to gain some ground. You know, obviously, if Penix plays this year and looks like a franchise quarterback, that will elevate him to a level that he hasn't been on yet in his career here in Atlanta, where he's now looked at as like a guy who found a franchise quarterback. How many GMs do we watch that can't find a franchise quarterback? More than half of the ones in the NFL are trying and failing to do it. So if he hits that, obviously he's in good shape. This year is like, okay, now we're going to fix the pass rush. So like, will it work? I don't know. I don't know. You know, whatever. But like, they're trying. They're absolutely dumping resources into it. And look, they don't have cap space. They need to preserve the cap space until they're done with Kirk Cousins' contract. So if you can't spend big and you're not going to be able to trade for Trey Hendrickson or whatever it is, then you're going to have to find these guys in the draft. And that's exactly what they did. They were like, look, we can't pay these guys. We can't execute this trade that we wanted to do. So we're going to have to get these impact guys in the draft. And that's exactly what they did. So, you know, will it work? That obviously that's still TBD, but it is what it is. Like we wanted them to fix the pass rush, to take real steps, to show that they took it seriously, that the defense needed a lot of help. And they did. They did it. You know, now, will it work? We can't answer that yet. But what we can answer is that they took a shot, multiple shots now on the edge group. They've taken multiple shots on the interior group. We're still waiting to see if that's going to work out. But, you know, a lot of youth now, all of a sudden, in this defensive line room that just wasn't there even a few hours ago. So that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. So yeah, we're gonna keep the entries for the giveaway open for until the 30th pick is in, and then we're gonna do the giveaway. So if you want to join, make sure you type !enter here in just the next few minutes, because we're gonna close that in just a moment. We got George back with the $2. Thanks, George. Says, I don't think Fontenot is actually on the hot seat. Everyone seems to think so, but Arthur Blank has proven that he's patient. Also, I find myself even daring to believe in Kyle Pitts again. Whoa, George, relax, buddy. Says, please talk me off of this hype train. Be gentle, Falcons. I've been hurt before. Well, you know they're getting us all, George. I mean, they're getting me excited. So I mean, they definitely needed this because after that free agency period, I mean, I think enthusiasm was at an all-time low for this team. So, in some ways, maybe it's not shocking that they would be aggressive in trying to solve this stuff. Yeah. A lot going on here. What do we have? Let me get you guys the most recent picks. I've been updating them on the little tracker, but we had Starks go 27 to the Ravens. Tyleik Williams go, the nose tackle, go to the Lions at 28. And then we've had now Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle, going to the Commanders here at pick 29. So just 3 more picks in this first round. And I also must say, you know, thank you, Falcons, for adding a day 2 pick so we could have a pick to discuss on tomorrow's show. Not make us have to come on here with no picks to talk about. That would have been brutal. So, you know, please don't do that. Yeah, excited to at least have 1 pick tomorrow. So, but yeah, the Jared Wilson dreams are probably dead. But other than that, still exciting. We got Anthony White with the $5. Thank you, Anthony. Says, very happy with Terry Fontenot right now. He did what they said they were going to do. Yes, the trade-up was expensive, but it was necessary. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're going to be debating for a long time. But yeah, I mean, I think this front, you know, where now you've got Ikic, you've got Leonard Floyd, you've got James Pierce, you've got Jalen Walker. Now, you know, factoring in and maybe as a DPR type of guy. You've got Braylon Trice, who we still haven't even seen. And like there's actually hope for that group. There wasn't hope for that group a couple hours ago. There's some hope now. And you know, Jalen Walker, Again, you guys know my thoughts. But like, if he's what people hope that he is, like he could help the team beyond the pass rush, even as a linebacker, as an edge rusher, all kinds of stuff. So I'm interested. I'm really interested to see how they sort of put it all together here.
I mean, yeah, if it does work out the way that they hope, then you've essentially fixed your pass rush. But it is a big gamble right now. But yeah, if you do fix that pass rush, then everything else is easier. But we do need to see about addressing cornerback, addressing safety, linebackers. Fine, you have Carter, or you have Walker now. So I do want to see them go secondary with that 3rd round comp pick that they got from the Rams tomorrow.
Yeah. That one's obviously going to be key. Then they'll pick in the 4th. So, they do gain a pick. It kind of interestingly, they sort of traded up from like the 7th round to the 3rd round as a part of this trade. They gave up 242 to get to 101 essentially. So that's interesting. I do like that aspect of the trade. I think that's probably not going to be talked about much, but because you could consider James Pierce basically as like your 2nd round pick, obviously, right? So it's not like you didn't give up that 2nd rounder. You didn't erase it. You just took it earlier, and then you gained a 3rd round pick. You got rid of 242, so we can leave early on Saturday. That's maybe the best part of this whole thing, is that we can all log off after pick 220 or whatever it is, and we don't stay till 242. So maybe they should deserve the most props. I think for that.
So day 3.
Yeah.
Important question. There is Maxwell Hairston. Man, I guess that knee injury really is really bad for Johnson. Question. So we have what, a 4th rounder on Saturday, and then what, a 7th?
Yeah, 218.
Yeah. So. We're gonna have like 4 hours between picks there.
Hopefully not that long, but yeah, there will be some number of hours between picks. That's for sure. So,
and don't forget too, Terry did say in the pre-draft press conference that he mentioned they're going to be aggressive attacking undrafted free agency. Yeah. So clearly, they kind of were giving a hint like, listen, we're going to pick up some guys over there that really trust your scouting department to try to find certain gems to make something happen, and then you got to bring those guys in and see what they can do in camp. So, I mean, it's one of those things where you come into this off season. I think the Falcons have always played it kind of safe a little bit the last few years. They've kind of always tried to make sure they have assets. They don't want to give everything up, and I think the main thing I've been seeing across socials is just people are just like, I mean, if I was in his position, I'd do the same thing. I'd be aggressive. Like, it's like, I'd rather go swinging, and if it flames out, okay, then not swing. And then everybody's like, well, you got fired because you didn't swing. So I think for Terry right now, this is, again, really a belief in the players you're evaluating, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to build. Because the one thing the Falcons can look at it too is they were 6-3 at one point last year. So they could sit here and say we were 3 games above 500 last year. There's absolutely no reason why we can't get back to that. That wasn't, quote unquote, a fluke probably in their head outside of the issues they had defensively. But even with the issues they had defensively, they did get to that point. And so they're like, what if we can fix some of those issues defensively? And I think also a lot of things like every team has with talent evaluators is belief. You got to believe in your guys. They believe in Penix. They believe Penix can be really good next year. Because in this league, if you have the quarterback, that in itself can carry you a little bit. Then you have plenty of offensive talent. So I just feel like this is a lot of belief. This is a lot of, I believe in my coaching. I believe in the players we're selecting, what we're trying to do, and I believe they fit what we're trying to build here at the same time. So, like I said, we'll have to see, obviously, if it pays off. But that's pretty much what the Falcons are doing right now, and they're just going ahead and saying, listen, we'll see how this goes. We're going to be aggressive. We have guys that we love. I saw a report that said that they actually thought Walker may be gone at 15, and they were going to take Pierce there. But when he wasn't, they were like, oh, well, we got to take him. And then they came back and just got Pierce too. If you love a guy, hey, you got to go after him.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like they clearly did really like him, and they went up and got their guy, and we'll see if they're proven right or not. Yeah, real quick, guys, let's close up this giveaway here, and we're gonna give this thing out. So we got 63 entries. Wow, I'm surprised more of you guys did enjoy it. All right, here we go. Gonna deliver this out. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, guys. Appreciate you. All right, we got at Mike Thompson. So Mike Thompson in the chat, please let me know your Discord name, and I will reach out to you. Make sure you're on the Falcoholic Discord so I can actually message you. Yeah, if we don't hear from Mike Thompson, we will do another winner. We'll give him a couple minutes here to respond, and we will keep going here. All right. The Eagles do trade up one spot to pick 31. So, spicy. Got Anonymous with the 226 saying, I got to buy my James Pierce hoodie merch with this Costanza giveaway. Hey, there you go. So, all right. Well, we are in the home stretch, folks. We're not gonna stay on too long because I do have to record a first round recap pod, contractually obligated. So, don't want to keep you here too long. Don't want to keep myself up because we're gonna be back. Of course, I won't say bright and early, but 7 p.m. Roughly. Tomorrow night on Friday, we'll be going for day 2. Obviously not going to be picking at 46 anymore, but they will be picking at 101. So we do have a pick to talk about. And who knows? This team's crazy. They might. Who knows how many picks they're going to give up next year? I'm just kidding. They're probably not going to do that. But yeah, this team, very well could make multiple picks on day 2, but probably just going to be picking in the 3rd round now. We'll see who they get there. Again, Mike Thompson, let us know your Discord name in the chat. We will get you that card. If we don't hear from you in maybe like 3 or 4 minutes, we're probably going to have to draw again, which is okay. All right. I knew this would happen. Like, as soon as Josh Connerly got drafted, everybody started looking up Josh Connerly videos. So they went and found my clip of Mike Green, like, just demolishing Josh Connerly at the Senior Bowl. And they're like, oh, this is the guy we took in the 1st round. What the hell? Like, come on, guys. It was a bad rep, but it happens. It happens. It's okay.
And maybe Mike Green will be in there in the 3rd round at this
There
rate.
you go. 101. Let's go. Then we can really, then we're really crushing it at that point. So,
hey, maybe Shedeur Sanders will be there at this point.
there you go. Hey, we can't rule that out either, right? So,
Yeah, yeah, the Shedeur Sanders tweets are so funny on Twitter right now.
yeah.
Yeah, they're going crazy on Fedor.
Yeah, so someone quote tweeted his tweet about like Shedeur saying how he's ready for anything today, and someone's like, "What about tomorrow?"
Wow. Yep.
Sure gonna get drafted, and then it has to turn into the everybody doubted me. 31 teams didn't believe in me.
Yep. Oh yeah, no one believed in me. Yeah.
He said, "Don't worry though, I'm coming. I'm gonna win a Super Bowl."
Oh,
Just don't pull the Ritter. Don't be like, I'm not leaving here until I win a Super Bowl. That's the kiss of death.
Yeah, don't say that. Definitely don't say that.
Yeah. So someone said someone hand Shedeur a phone charger.
Jeez. They're just blasting this man. All right. We're going to give Mike one more minute here. And then we will redraw. Yeah. First round thoughts, guys. Any shockers? It looks like we're going to get the Eagles pick here in a second. Obviously, very spicy outcome for Atlanta. Don't hate it. But how are you guys feeling going into day 2? Adnan, what do you think? You feeling good? You feeling trepidation? How we doing?
mean, yeah, no, I feel. Look, the value of look. I'll play the devil's advocate here. I'll play the dissenting voice that I feel like the value was too much. But when we're talking about going into this season, Falcons obviously are in a much better spot going into the 2025 season than we could have imagined coming into the draft tonight. Like they got Jalen Walker, who we none of us thought was going to be there at 15, and on top of that, they got, oh man, what a pick by the Eagles.
Yeah, they just do this every year,
Oh
don't they?
man, Jihad Campbell, what a pick.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, it's great for the Eagles, but it sucks for the NFC. But yeah, like we got Walker, we got James Pierce, like on top of that. So hopefully that will fix the pass rush. Hopefully, this will be the juice that the defense needs. Where I guess they figure like, okay, we're not going to be able to fill in every hole, so let's just make it easier for maybe the secondary by let's make it easier for the secondary by bolstering the pass rush. And you know what? At the end of the day, we haven't had a decent pass rush since I was in elementary school. So you know what? If this is what gets us the pass rush, whatever. First rounder next year, be damned. If this team can actually get to the quarterback, and if this gives us the juice to actually, build the foundation to start contending and competing, because last year's draft class, which really did nothing this year, is also, about to hopefully start contributing this season as well. Because, Rook got hurt early on. Raylan Trice, you guys mentioned him. We didn't really, he was hurt in training camp. Brandon Dorlus, we saw some of him, not much. The idea, I guess, was, all right, those guys are sort of more future-facing. Now is the future. Like now, I guess we can sort of, if I'm going to cope with it, I can say, hey, those guys from last year's class, this is actually going to be their rookie year. So we got the extra rookies, so to speak. I don't know. I'm just saying shit right now, but
No, I get it. Yeah.
But yeah, you guys know where I'm going with it. But yeah, if Pierce ends up being, what we hope he'll be, if Walker ends up being what we hope he'll be, then I mean we'll look back on tonight and say, yeah, that was a great move, and maybe this was the turning point where the defense actually started getting a little bit serious.
Yeah. No, yeah. I certainly hope it works out. Yeah. So take 2 here on the giveaway. We got Imran Lakhani. If you're here, please drop your Discord username in the chat so we can get you your gift card. If not, we will move on and we'll give you another minute or so to respond. Then we'll move on once again because, like I said, I do have to record another show. So we will keep moving on that. Yeah. Bryce, how you feeling going into day 2 here as we see Jihad Campbell go to the Eagles at 31?
I feel pretty good. Like I said, they made some good picks tonight, I think. And I think now, you just kind of just continue to grow, keep getting guys that you think works with what you're trying to build. Obviously, we have that 3rd round pick, which is like towards the end of the 3rd. So that'll be more end of day 2 next time, unless they make some other move that we're unaware of, or as I see people say, yeah, you never know. I mean, if you were able to complete a Kirk Cousins trade, then you could have 2 tomorrow, but potentially. But overall, I feel good. I think they did what they needed to do. They doubled down in position of need, and now they just you just kind of have to continue to see where the plan goes for the rest of the offseason. And we'll see who else where they look to add to this team tomorrow.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm glad we at least have 1 pick tomorrow. That would be good. Dave, how are you feeling going into day 2?
Yeah, I got to see what they do, right? But I do feel like, kind of looking at what this team has done over the last 2 drafts to try to address the defensive front. A lot of things have to work out. We haven't seen like any of these players, including the second-year guys like Rook and Dorless, but clearly they feel like they have sunk the draft capital in to make that better, and clearly they think that an improved defensive front is going to be key to the whole thing. So ultimately, I need to see how they address other needs like center, maybe getting some depth receivers with a very, very limited number of picks unless they make more trades down. So I'm a little bit wary still about the holes on this team, but I think I see the vision, and it's all about who these players are, who the Falcons think they are, ultimately.
Yeah. Can these guys hit, right? Like, what can we get out of them right away? Can we got a winner here. Jumpix is in the chat. Hey, shout out. Yes, Jumpix. If you could just type in your Discord username. Yeah, I got you. Perfect. We'll work on that. I will send you a direct message. Just look for that in a second. And yeah, we'll keep moving on that. But yeah, at the end of the day, I like it. It's bold, right? I enjoy it. I think it's fun. I hope it works. God, that's just. I hope it works. Yeah. It's funny because like I'd probably feel like, and again, I would be remiss if I didn't say that. Like I had James Pierce higher on my board than Jalen Walker, right? To be completely transparent. So like even if you flip them for me, I'd probably like feel even better. But I get that like I'm a Jalen Walker hater, so it's fine. But I like both these picks. I think that this is a chance, right? This is a chance to fix the pass rush finally with two impact players, and really take a big swing, on this position of need that they've been trying desperately to fix for God knows how long. So if this is what it takes, like if you got to trade a future first to get this done, then I guess that is what it is, and I hope it works out.
Agreed.
Strong agree. All right. Yes. Well, I see one of our draw winners shows up too late. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that, Imran. We have to keep rolling here. Apologize about that, but there are going to be two more drawings. So there's going to be one on Friday and one on Saturday, as well as a drawing just for our patrons. Patrons and channel members. You guys don't have to be present to win. We will just draw that out to all of our active members, and we'll send that your way. Yes, got Jumpix. We're all set. Jumpix, I will get you your card. I won't promise that I'll get it to you this weekend, but by Monday we should be good to go. So if you don't hear from me by Monday, please reach out and remind me, because I'll be. I'm sure you understand. I'll be on the air basically for the next 2 days. But we'll get that out to you. Shout out to George Costanza for donating the cards. And yeah, we'll keep this rolling tomorrow. But guys, anything else you want to add? I think we've now seen our final pick here as the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons at offensive tackle to close out the first round. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to add before we sign off day one of the NFL draft?
Go Falcons. That's what I got.
I like it,
Yep.
Dave. Yeah.
I can't believe we're going to be streaming for 5 hours tomorrow and won't see a pick until hour 5.
It's just the anticipation's going to build, all night. There's going to be so much excitement by the time we get there.
And then the Falcons are going to trade back.
Oh my God. Then they trade back. Yeah. Then from pick 101, they trade back after they just baited us all day, Yeah, that could very well happen. Yeah. Bryce, anything else you want to add before we sign off?
No, man, not really, man. I just appreciate you letting me come on with y'all this year. For sure. I really enjoyed it.
A lot of fun. We'll have to make sure to do it again. Always fun to get your takes in here as well. We love to hear from all over Falcons media, and of course, got to shout out my believed brethren anytime I can. Yep. Yeah. Dave, on anything else you want to add tonight? I think we've covered it to an exhausting degree.
Well, I'll have a pass rush article in the morning just about what the Falcons are trying to do here, and we'll have thoughts on remaining needs and who the best players available are. But I would encourage everybody to get some sleep because it's going to be a late night tomorrow again.
Yeah,
So.
I got to record one more show. I'm going to guilt Adnan into coming on. No, I'm just kidding. It's totally up to Adnan. But, yeah, so if you guys are looking for even more takes, there will be a round 1 recap show coming out, within the next hour, hopefully, because I do have to get to bed at some point. And then, like I said, we'll be back 7 p.m.-ish on Friday, and then we'll be back at noon on Saturday. We'll be taking you through the rest of the draft, having a good time, chatting. We got even more great guests lined up. It's going to be hard to top, Bryce and Dave Choate, obviously. So, it's going to be it's a tough act to follow here, but we're going to have some great folks for you. Going to have a good time. And we will see you guys next time. So thank you guys so much. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, now would be a great time to do that. We do appreciate that. If you want to support the show on an ongoing basis, you can do so on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. Also, YouTube channel memberships if you're more of a video enjoyer. Great place there. You get the same perks, just video as opposed to podcast. And yeah, check out thefalcoholic.com. Dave obviously does a terrific job there. I like to think I do a terrific job there. Adnan's pretty good too. We do a great job. Check out Believe Podcast Network if you're into the Hawks. My man Bryce hosts Believe in Hawks. So check that out too. And yeah, we'll be getting you guys even more draft content. We're just getting started here. Day 1. It's been a busy one, but it's just the beginning. So until next time, guys, thanks so much for joining us here on Falcoholic Live. Our Draft Party 2025 continues Friday at 7 p.m. We'll see you guys then. Have a great night, folks.